Council President Robert J. Sylvia.
Here.
Vice President Paul M. Roderick.
Present.
Councilor Terry Flynn. Here. Councilor Henry F. Lombardi Jr.
Here.
Councilor M. Teresa Santos.
Here.
Councilor Dennis B. Toronto.
Here.
Councilor Barbara A. Von Villis. Here. We have a quorum, Mr. President.
Please join us in the pledge of allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item of business tonight is going to be a reconsideration. The Middletown Town Council follows the codification of present-day general parliamentary law as articulated in Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 10th edition, 2000. Having said that, we have a councilor that would like to put a motion in for a reconsider. Councilor Flynn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So as a voter with the prevailing side, I would like to ask for reconsideration of the motion from the June 22nd, 2020 agenda item number 1, which is Councilor Von Villis's motion, that the town council approve joint discussions with Newport in a study committee focused on potential school regionalization and appoint 2 members of the town council and 1 member of the school committee as representatives. I had stated at that meeting that I had forwarded questions to the town solicitor and had not received answers. So that input has been received. And I've had conversations with both the council president and Senator De Palma and feel that I have additional perspective on the issue to present to the council. So I'm requesting a second to this reconsideration request to present that information.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. We have a motion that's been seconded for a motion to reconsider. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion fails. Okay, ladies and gentlemen that are home, there'll be no public input during the budget portion of the meeting tonight. The public will have input on Monday, July 20th, 2020 at 6 p.m. That'll be the first public hearing on the budget, and on Monday, July 27th, 2020 at 6 p.m. That'll be the second budget hearing and adoption of the town budget. So I just want to make sure everybody understands at home tonight that there will be ample opportunity for you to ask your questions, but it will be at the 2 public hearings, again scheduled for July 20th and July 27th. Item number 1. Review of the town of Middletown proposed budgets and capital improvement plan, general fund, parks and recreation fund, sewer fund, and refuge and recycling fund for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and matters related thereto.
Motion to begin said review of town Middletown proposed budgets and capital improvement plan, general fund, parks and recreation fund, sewer fund, and refuse and recycling fund for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and matters related thereto.
Second.
Have motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nate, if you could start my presentation.
Oh, I have one announcement to make to the panelists, to the school administration and the school committee, that you're put on Zoom in a panelist format. So when you're not talking, if you could mute yourself, it'd be appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Just going to walk through some summary comments about the upcoming budget. I think I have an issue with the presentation, but I think for the purposes of starting the discussion off, we should be fine without the presentation. In the budget that's presented to you tonight, the overall theme that we're sort of wrestling with is COVID-19. We continue to use best budgeting practices as we move the budget forward. We continue to look at the strategic direction the town has been going in as well as where the council desires it to head. However, COVID has presented a huge hurdle for us in looking at the upcoming budget. It's going to walk through the general fund just to give you a highlight. The total budgeted expenditures that's been proposed for fiscal year 2021 is $75,803,323. That is a proposed increase of $1.1 million. And the three areas that basically fuel that increase, it's $513,000, an increase in expenditures for the town. Transfers out from other funds is an increase of $196,000. And for education, it's an increase of $411,000. When we look at the proposed tax rate change from this, what's being proposed for the residential tax rate is an increase of 2.62%. So the current tax rate of $13.76 would increase to $14.12. And then the commercial tax rate would increase 2.58%. So it increased from $18.21 to $18.68. The way that the increase breaks down on the taxes is that 0.4% of this increase, or $191,000, would come to the town, and that would help offset the increased debt associated with the construction of the multipurpose fields at the drive-in, which equals $136,000, and $54,000 to the capital improvement special revenue fund, which is required by ordinance and is mostly associated with a request from the school committee, which is a 4% increase in their last year's unrestricted appropriation. The total amount of that is $1,060,428, and that basically represents 2.22% of the increase, for a total of $1,251,058. So that's mostly what's happening in the general fund. In summary, the school department is looking for a 4% increase in the unrestricted appropriation. On the town side, the only increases that we're seeking from the perspective of property taxes is the $136,000 for the debt service related to the multipurpose fields. And then by ordinance, the $54,000, which would accompany the $1.2 million increase. The next fund, Parks and Recreation, total expenses, when we go through the budget, you'll see are $1,750,162. That's a decrease in expenses of $2,120,292. That decrease is mostly based on decreases in capital, but also savings that we've been budgeting in the operations of the beach because of the unknowns related to COVID and our ability to operate the program safely for our residents. The next fund is the sewer fund. Total expenses that are included in the budget, $6,833,423. That's a decrease of $117,755. So the fund is mostly running similar to last year. There is an increase in the rate for sewer maintenance. It would increase from $16.78 up to $16.78, which is a $1.09 increase over the prior year. When we get to the sewer fund, Mark and I can talk about that a little bit better. There is a decrease in the amount of water that people have used, but there is an increase that's contemplated, which is based on negotiations with the city of Newport and the cost of treating wastewater. That's something that's been an ongoing discussion. And at this time, it's an increase that we need to discuss in this budget cycle. The refuse and recycling fund total expenditures is $1,044,690. It's an increase in expenditures of $7,784. So essentially, the fund is level funded from year to year. That's a really high level of what's going on. when we go through the different departments, you'll see that for the most part, capital spending has been cut back. Other than labor obligations to the collective bargaining agreements, spending is mostly frozen, if not decreased department by department. And we are essentially looking at trying to be in a good position to remain reactive to changes in the local economy as we move through this period of difficulty with COVID and basically the related recession. One thing I'd point out, and I don't have the exact number here, we can go through it in detail when we look at revenues. We are anticipating a significant drop in hotel and meals taxes. There is a proposal to use fund balance to offset that category, mostly because that revenue will be restored at some point in the future. It's a temporary loss of revenue until we see the hotels able to spin back up and start to rent rooms again. So that is an appropriate use of fund balance in order to balance out the town's operations. I think for tonight's presentations, we had asked the superintendent and school committee to make a presentation to you first. And the superintendent is ready to do that this evening.
Very well. Madam Superintendent, members of the school committee staff, welcome. Mr. Brown, we're going to be seeing a presentation, or are they going to be walking us through the one we have?
No, their presentation is here.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to defer to Kelly. I think Kelly is our school committee chair is going to introduce our budget for this year.
Thank you. So I'll be really brief. I just wanted to take a minute to thank everybody for your time tonight. This is obviously the most unique budget meeting that we've ever had together, but I do want to thank the IT folks on both sides for making it possible for us to continue to meet and take care of the town's business as we need to do. We understand the challenges that the town is facing, similar to what we're facing as a school department with respect to COVID-19. Obviously, when we first started working on this budget back in the December timeframe, this wasn't even a possibility on our radar. And it all seemed to occur and take off right around the same time as we were due to submit our budget. So naturally, I expect things are going to look a little bit different even than what we had proposed back in March. Similar to what Sean said, we want to make sure that we're prepared for whatever situation we need to provide and support in the fall for our students. And that may look, I understand that the goal is to have all the students in school, and that's certainly our goal as well. And I believe most of the staff would like to be back in the building with their students as well. But we do have to be prepared for alternatives such as a return to completely distance learning, using what we learned from the end of last year and building upon that, but also some kind of hybrid model and supporting students and staff in different situations throughout the year as health needs arise. So all of that to say there's really still a lot up in the air, a lot that we need to figure out in the next, I'll say, month and a half to 2 months. Plans are starting to be formed and are starting to come together, but as we've all seen with this, a lot can change in a month. So far, our state seems to be trending in the right direction, and we hope that continues. But we will have to continue to refine and update our plan as we get closer to the opening of school, and whatever situation we end up in, again, whether that's fully distant, fully in person, or some kind of hybrid, there are financial considerations in all situations. In each case, there may be some savings in certain areas and increased expenses in other areas. So it's a lot to figure out and balance, and we're working on that now. But this presentation will walk you through why we feel the 4% increase is necessary this year. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Krieger.
Thank you, Kelly. I too want to thank the town council for this opportunity to present our budget. It is certainly unprecedented times. Before we go into the presentation, I want to thank our town administrator, Sean Brown, our police chief and fire chief, When we were faced with COVID, as many of the communities, we were figuring out what we could and couldn't do specifically with graduation. And Sean and our police chief and fire chief were there supporting us all the way in terms of activities. When we put our operation plan to them, there was good feedback and collaboration. I think it truly demonstrates we are one town and we can work collaboratively together. So I did want to address that up front. To build on what Kelly said, with the situation that we're in, we recognize that the town and its school department are faced with challenges due to the impact of COVID-19. And I want to state up front that we are committed to working together on behalf of the Middletown residents while keeping the integrity of our budget and our students and families' needs in mind. So please be assured we do want to work together. The next slide. I'm not controlling this, so thank you.
Yep, sorry, Rosemary, if I could interrupt just for a second, we're hearing some echo feedback on your side. I'm not sure if you could hear it when I was speaking as well, but.
Is this better? No, you're still hearing it.
You happen to have on your computer and phone at the same time, or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
What we hope to accomplish tonight is look at our budget submission summary, to go over some enrollment and staffing, to look at the FY20 and the COVID implications, the financial impacts and savings, talk about why the increase of 4% is necessary, review some of our district presentations, look at the current realities, the challenges, and answer any questions as we move forward. Next slide, please. I think it's possible. When you take a look at our budget request to the committee, you see our operating budget and our general funds there. This page really speaks for itself. We note that the restricted special funds, the federal, state, and local funds, capital improvement, and enterprise are down significantly. This is a decrease in our federal grants. We don't know specifically what our PTGs and their revenues would give us. And our CIP is down because we've spent down a large amount of our bond. Next slide, please. The next two slides are a snapshot picture in pie chart form, exactly how the revenues are requested. As you can see, our town appropriations are 73%. I think that speaks volumes of how our town supports us with the decrease in revenues. You take a look at our expenses on that side. We are a service community, a service organization, and really our salaries at 53% and our benefits are well within the ballpark of a service organization. Next slide. These are the revenues that I talked about as being down. We are unsure of our federal funding at this point. Our other enterprise funds could be down. Our CIP is down just because we spent those dollars. Again, for those of us who like different graphs and charts, this shows us pictorially what it looks like. Next slide. This is a snapshot of our enrollment. This is in the town budget book. We do enrollment projections ourselves, and then we also ask NESDEC, an outside organization, to do our enrollment projections. For the most part, we're more on target because we know our community, we know the influx of our military population. So we're projecting that we would be only about 10 students down from last year. NESDEC does project us to be down a little bit more. And certainly these were all before, NESDEC's projections were all before COVID. Some of the variables here with enrollment, we're hearing private school students might be coming back to public schools based on the COVID situation and the impact that might have on private schools. The other variable here is military and war college. We know that the military has basically stopped any orders till the end of July, and we're not sure about the war college. The latest I've heard is the war college will send their officers, but they might not come with families. So that could impact our enrollment. And then the other impact is potential students, tuition-based students, because of our Pathways program. Next slide, please. This is our staffing. And our staffing is down 11.3 positions that were not included in the budget. And I know the note says at the end of this, you'll see the number of positions down. We did not include that, but there are a number of positions that are down in this budget. Things like guidance counselors, behavior specialists, reading specialists, math intervention specialists, an art teacher, a .2 Spanish teacher, a career tech coordinator, and positions we're unable to fill are hockey coach, gymnastics coach, .4 athletic director to full-time, and an athletic trainer. So I know it's echoey, and I am in the room with our finance director, but she is muted, so I don't know. We might be too close, I guess. So are you hearing me all right, though?
Yes.
Fine on our
It's
side.
fine.
Roy.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Talks about our COVID expenses and our use of savings. We did mid-March to June 30th, there was COVID expenses of approximately $165,000. This included staff overtime, laptop readiness and distribution, some of the technology and software solutions that we needed, which included filtering, GoToMeetings Google Meet and Zoom Meet, a help desk, and then those remotes that we provided our students who did not have internet connectivity. The other piece were health and safety items that we needed to purchase as well. So we have submitted our expenses along with the town, but we haven't heard from FEMA in terms of the reimbursements for the cost. Next slide. Obviously, we didn't need transportation from March 17th to the end of the year. We negotiated with our bus company, and we had a savings of approximately $283,000. We did save the athletic buses we didn't have a spring season, obviously, and that was about $38,000. The coaches, There was a saving of $33,000, although we did pay coaches a 10% of those that were hired and did some conditioning with our students. There was a reduction in substitutes as a result of distance learning, and that amounted to $21,689,000. If you remember, the governor and the CARES Act encouraged us all to keep staff. So we did keep our teacher assistants. We did keep our bus monitors. We did obviously keep our custodians and other staff as a result of the governor's guidance and the CARES Act. And they all did work. They all had tasks to do during the COVID experience. Next slide, please. So you might ask, how were the savings utilized? And where are those dollars? To date, all the savings have been utilized to support additional expenses currently in the operating budget. This includes staffing full-time adjustments that were necessitated by certain leaves, people leaving, and that the district needed. Course needs of our students during the year, and that was approximately $236,000. Our COVID expenses, as you saw on a previous slide, were about $165,000, and we're still waiting to hear from FEMA to see if those could be reinstated for our funds. There were increases in other operational lines, such as pension costs, medical benefits, unemployment, contracted nursing services, property liability, and tuition for payments of out-of-district and natural gas. Next slide. So why the ask for 4%? The result of negotiated contracts increased our impact available resources for 2021. Our certified staff totals $610,000. Our non-cert staff, $88,000. Our central office and building administration staff, $31,000. And our non-bargaining unit support staff, our clerical, $26,000. So the impact of this is approximately $756,000. Excuse me. And this is where we started our budget, with these knowns. Next slide. These are the other increases that we know. Out of district tuitions for Korea Tech is approximately, actually it's actual, 3.45%. We know that our special ed tuition and services is estimated at a 2% increase. Our increases in regional assessment, special ed is 216. And mostly those are students, and really mostly our student needs have outpaced our revenues. When we went into this budget, it was clear that we needed more than 4% to provide the necessary supports for our struggling learners to increase their achievement. And I told you in a prior slide that those were not included in this budget. So the next slide, please. So our 4% increase in town appropriations is not a nice to have, it is a necessity. Again, this is a summary of those costs that I told you about. And it totals $1,334,000. Now you might ask about the transportation contract. We are negotiating with our OSHA State Transit. And a lot will depend on our reentry plan that will be sent to the state with the number of scenarios next week. We are looking for an extension on Ocean State. Busing is a challenge in the state with this COVID. We are able to extend based on what the Department of Ed has told us, as well as the governor's office with Ocean State. Next slide. These are the budget presentations that we have had up to April 3rd. We did that virtually. And I will send our town administrator these presentations so you can see the background information. Again, this is a little unusual how we're presenting this, and you might not have had that background information, but we will get you all of those presentations for you to review. Our next slide really addresses the current reality. This is what we're all dealing with. Despite the COVID expenses, we've received no communication or reimbursement from FEMA, but we did submit this through the town. The General Assembly right now approved a reduction to our June 22 state aid payment by approximately $263,000, replacing it with the federal ESSERF and CARES funding. RIDE's application for replacement funding to cover the state aid loss was expected to be released at the end of June, and it has not been released as of yet. Application for a $50 million in funding announced by the governor for COVID and reentry expenses for both 20 and 21 is expected to be released at the end of July. And this is in application form. And then over the years, we've had contributions from the town, but it's been a 0, 1%, and 0, which has stressed our budget in many ways. So another question you might be sitting there asking. Next slide. Will the district add to its fund balance this year? So while the fiscal year ended the end of June, we are not totally closed out, just like I'm sure the town's not totally closed out. We have 30 to 60 days, what they call a tail, in terms of closing out the year. We need to close out our federal and state grants. We need applications for and recording the receivables of CARE and ESSERF as a replacement for state aid and payment toward the current and future COVID reentry costs. We need to final close out of our purchase orders and a final close out of our payroll and accruals by FY20. So instead of going deeper into fund balance, we use those savings, as I said earlier, for our costs. Always the goal is to ensure a balanced budget. And we work closely with the town to ensure that the numbers are there, the dollars are there, and we would not go into deficit. The next slide, please. You heard our town administrator talk about the greatest challenge, and our greatest challenge for FY21 is the reentry plan. I think it requires us all to be nimble, because we don't know that one day we could get a call from the Department of Health and governor and say, you're full in distance learning. If there's an uptick in any COVID cases or even COVID cases within our community and school. So we are required to plan multiple scenarios and be responsive to changes in the delivery of our instruction. We have a 180-member task force to provide input. We are meeting tomorrow with this task force through Zoom and breakout sessions. The reentry plan, and one of my concerns is the lead time on many of the things that we might need. For instance, we know that we're going to need more computers. And the lead time of ordering those and getting them on time for August 31st is concerning. The other piece is the protective materials that we need. There's going to be lead time. You can imagine across the country, everybody's trying to order face masks, thermometers, face shields, disinfectant, wands, or whatever for safety. And our concerns, as this last bullet says, space, staffing, technology, health and safety, facilities, transportation, and food service. They all are impacted in these scenarios. And guidelines that the governor has given us, Department of Health has given us, RIDE has given us, and CDC. Next slide, please. As we look toward FY21, we're planning many unknowns, revenue unknowns. General Assembly is not expected to approve a budget until sometime in August. As a result, of state aid for July is expected to be no more than 92% of the state aid payment. August will probably follow likely. Federal grants are projected to decrease slightly. Our impact aid, I'm working with the impact aid organization because it will be very difficult for us to get our student count that we usually do in October. So we're working with Senator Reid and Senator Whitehouse and the National Association of Federally Impacted Schools to use our count from last year. So we would know it's not a hold harmless, but we would use whatever count we had for our military this year moving forward next year. And certainly, where do we lie with the municipal appropriations? The last slide, please. So added to these costs are reentry costs. There's increases or decreases in the budget as we move forward from one phase or scenario to another. The movement can either go in a positive or negative direction as we respond to the COVID-19 conditions. So there could be lots of overtime when you take a look at the guidelines in terms of cleaning bathrooms, the schedule to clean bathrooms, the schedule to clean classrooms. All of that is going to impact the reentry costs. We could have increases or decreases in staffing. It could be based on enrollment or the impact of the different scenarios. While our goal is to bring back all of our teacher assistants, we might even need more teacher assistants, the way the guidelines are outlined for the schools to bring back students safely. Remember, health and safety is our #1 concern. And again, I want to reiterate that we're town and its school department. We are facing challenges due to COVID that we never, ever expected. And we're committed to working with the town and our town council that will benefit all of our Middletown residents. So that concludes the presentation. I'm sure you have a number of questions. And
Thank you.
we will try to answer them.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, I'm going to go from colleague to colleague, ask each colleague to ask one question. We'll continue to go around until all the questions are asked and answered. Councilor Santos, would you like to start?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mrs. Krager, thank you for giving us the presentation. I have a quick question. Based on your projected enrollment of 2123, of that projection, how many students are do not speak English? If you do not have an answer for me tonight on our next meeting, I would greatly appreciate it.
I can go on the data that we have from this year. Again, we have more residents that are non-English speakers than War College. Just let me find that information for you. So this year we had 141 English language learners, and we had 22 different languages. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Councilor Von Villas?
I don't have any questions. And the reason I don't have any questions is because there are too many unknowns. So at this point in time, I'm all for
Okay.
staying pat.
Fair enough. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you. I just have a confirmation based on the PowerPoint, and they don't have page numbers. So on the slide that's titled, "Why are we asking for 4%?" I'm not sure if that's something you're going to try to find, Mr. Brown, or if
We find it, we found it. Yep.
I just want to confirm, first of all, that all those items are actually mandated either contractually or like those line items, those amounts, those are contractual obligations. They cannot be changed. You are obligated to them.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Toronto?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Sorry we have to meet this way. I'd much rather be in person. I always enjoy those meetings. So maybe next time we can figure out a way. So thank you. I'd like to see if you could maybe send me a list of the 11.3 positions that were not filled by the school and what, again, their job description was. If you could send that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Superintendent, for your presentation. As usual, the opening presentation is always pretty comprehensive. I know how I felt prior to COVID, and my feeling is stronger even now, but that we got to try to help you guys out. But I think right now, I have to agree with Councilor Von Villas. Too many unanswered questions right now. A lot of it's in the hands of the General Assembly and the budget. And I will certainly have questions for you once we get more clarity on where we're going with aid from the state. So with that said, again, I want to thank you, and we'll figure out other questions. And oh, by the way, I did send some questions to you maybe a month or two ago, and I want to thank you for answering those because I probably would have been asking them tonight. So till we get more
We
answers.
try to incorporate those questions in our presentation tonight because they were very good questions.
And you did, and you know, I also got an answer back from you, so I appreciate that. And as we get more information, I'm sure there'll be some other questions to come. Thank you.
Vice President?
Thank you. So I have a lot of questions based upon what I just heard. But I guess I get to ask one. So
At a time.
what's that?
At a time.
At a time? Okay. So my first question is, I want to make sure I understand and I agree with Mrs. Vaughn and Rick, there's so many unknowns. It's almost like we're going through this exercise and we don't know. We don't know if there's going to be what type of funding you're going to receive. federally and statewide. So, I mean, I really don't want to pick away at some of the things I heard, but I can't help it. So, having said that, so just some of the savings, I appreciate the presentation. Some of the savings, when I added up the savings on your presentation, I came up with $377,454. And then I subtracted the 165,600 in COVID expenses, and I came up with a net savings of 211,854. So, is that figured into this budget as well, or is, because you said there's not going to be a surplus, and to me there's a surplus right there. And my other question is, did you guys impose a spending freeze when this happened?
Yes, every year we put a spending freeze on just around February, early March. I've worked with a number of finance directors and business managers, and they always have put a spending freeze on the school department just to make sure we have enough that we are never in deficit. And so far that has always worked, and it will continue to work. So to go back to your question, we did have to spend approximately $236,000 for staff. We hired an IT director and a part-time data manager early last year to cover some of the areas due to a resignation.
Was that in the, go ahead.
It's going to come around again if you get additional.
That came out of the COVID savings. If we did not have the COVID savings, we would have gone into more of the fund balance to cover those costs. Those were essential.
But weren't they part of the previous budget or anticipated in the previous budget to hire somebody? Because Linda's been going well over a year.
No, she's gone on a year this week, I believe. And she, if you remember, served as assistant superintendent for teaching and learning. She also served as the IT director and the data manager. So we needed to not only fill the assistant superintendent position, but we needed to bring an IT director on and a part-time data manager.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, you noted that you have to purchase some more computers. Mr. Brown, recently, didn't we do a special allocation for computers for the school department?
We voted to advance approximately $80,000 out of the capital improvement program to the school department so they could purchase computers that were necessary for the distance learning that started this past spring.
So my question, Madam Superintendent, is that 80,000 that we advance you, is that part of the consideration in your budget proposal for computers?
We appreciated that you advanced us those dollars when we went into distance learning. We need the additional because those computers are not holding up. They are probably 7 to 10 years old. And our new IT director has a vision for Chromebooks, which hold up a lot better, which are cheaper, that come with a filter and come with insurance. So we sent a proposal over to Mr. Brown earlier this month with the needs that we foresee.
Okay, maybe I'm confusing it. The allocation that we gave you for 80,000 in advanced you, is that part of that request today?
No, it's in addition. I think the request was for 60K rather than 80, but that was to get us through this COVID piece from March to June.
Council Santos.
I'm set. I'll go along with Mrs. Bonville's.
Council Von Villas, still pass. Council Flynn.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on the same line, just so I know what numbers can be played with. So I'm on the slide, it's just before the, why are we asking for 4% slide? It's titled FY 20 COVID-19 expenses and use of savings.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the last bullet, the increases in operational lines, and you've got some that I would understand would be contractually set, like you can't play with them. Pension costs, medical benefits, maybe unemployment, the nursing service, insurance, tuition, but then natural gas is in there. I'm just wondering if you could explain that item in this.
Explain why that item is increased.
Yeah, the natural gas. So that was an operational item that went up. I'm just wondering why. And
So I'm just going to ask our finance director to answer that, and I'll mute myself here so we're not totally echoing.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, that took a moment. So the natural gas, as part of the overall reductions that we had done in balancing the initial budget for this year, we looked at a number of line items for reduction throughout the system. And based on experience and what we thought might be the percentage changes on them, we made reductions. All of those actually came out okay, with the exception of the natural gas, which actually came in higher than our projected based on the reduction.
So you estimated a reduction, but it did not reduce.
The other ones that we didn't have the same problem, but the natural gas was actually higher than anticipated.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Toronto.
Yeah, I just had made a note when you were going through special education in regards to students' needs. You said you're outpacing the revenue. Can you maybe expand upon that a little bit?
Sure, that was for all students, not just for special ed students. It was meant, the needs of our students, social, emotional, and academic, are outpacing our revenue. So the academic needs, the 11.3 positions that I will be sending to you and the rest of the town council include those supports for students. The reading support, the social emotional support, the math support. And it's for all students, not just for special ed students.
Okay, and I just want to add a little to that. I know when we had that department meeting, we were talking a little bit about sharing resources when it comes to counseling and guidance, through the senior center and maybe through the library and things. Can we expand on that at all?
Can you just repeat that, Dennis?
During the budget meeting we had several months back, we talked a little bit about counseling that's being done on the senior citizen level, and also, services that are being offered in other parts of the town. And we were talking about maybe doing some consolidation or working together with those groups to see if we can collaborate and maybe share resources where you wouldn't be so short if you could depend on, say, senior counseling and things like that.
Well, in terms of guidance counselors or school psychologists or school social workers, those are bargaining unit positions.
Yes.
So to give them to other people, we'd be giving bargaining unit work to non-bargaining unit positions. And we also require a certificate, a certification. There's a guidance certification, a social work certification, and a school psychologist certification. But typically, if the issues are bigger or larger or need more support, we do refer the students and family out to community resources.
Right, because as we looked at special education and counseling and so on, attending some of the meetings when you've talked about this, it seemed to me like it was pressing up at the point where maybe it was more of a medical issue, and that the state has pushed so much of this responsibility down onto the schools for special ed that it really has put a big impact on our school system. The state's not doing it, but they're putting it on the school. So it's just an area I'd like to learn more about. And I know it has a big impact on our school systems. And this is one area that we are collaborating with other regional schools through, special ed.
Well, that's why we do collaborate with the two other communities with regard to special ed. But I just want to make it clear that these are just not special ed students. These are all of our students. And the other thing I want to clarify is the 11.3 positions. They aren't current positions that we're cutting. These were additional positions that the principals requested through their presentations that they felt would support our students to be successful.
Okay, thank you.
Council Lombardi.
So I know I said I wasn't going to ask you a question, but Dennis brought up something that just kind of clicked in my head. Are we about to start negotiating with teachers?
No, we have another year on our teacher contract and our custodial contract
Okay, and,
and teacher assistant contract.
all right, thank you. And special ed,
Those contracts end this 2021.
okay, thank you. And special education, Newport, the County Regional Special Ed, is that a contracted thing also?
We belong to a collaborative that was instituted by the General Assembly back in 1970 something. And again, it's a collaborative with shared programs.
I agree with Dennis. There's so many unfunded mandates that are, sent down to us by the legislature when it comes to special ed, and it's such a high ticket item. I'm just, it's concerning what we spend on special ed, and I believe in it, and I believe in it. So I wish they would try to figure out a way to help us out a little bit more with that, because it's so important to our kids and our schools. So
But I think you hit the nail on the head, because special ed was supposed to be funded appropriately, and it never was funded appropriately.
no, I totally agree with you. Thank you very much.
At the federal level and at the state level.
Thank you.
Vice President.
Okay, thank you, Bob. So my next question is, a month or so ago, or 2 months ago, the council approved the consolidation of maintenance, finance, and IT to come over to the town side. So, we had a study done and on how to perform that, and so the council looked at that and said, yes, let's do it. Does this budget, I know, Sean, you had said budget time is the time to incorporate that. Is your budget include that, or whose budget includes that? Those departments? Because if it's budget time and it's time to implement it, I know you said IT might take 3 years. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I'm not an expert in that field. But I just like to know, does your budget include whose budget includes the finance and whose budget includes the maintenance?
Our budget was approved and developed before that mandate from the town council.
Okay, so how much is the finance budget? How much is your maintenance budget, and how much is your IT budget?
We'll have to get back to you on that, Paul.
Okay, because if it's not going to be it's going to be on the town budget, but that needs to obviously be subtracted out of your budget, and the numbers will look a lot different.
So you're going to get back to him, Madam Superintendent?
Yes, we'll get back with that information. Finance, IT, and facilities.
Right, the same thing that the council decided to assume responsibilities for.
Mhm.
Okay, has there been any insurance adjustments, any rebates from any of the insurance carriers that deal with the school? Any rebates come back?
We haven't had any claims. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean, it's very common during this COVID that insurance companies have been giving businesses, municipalities,
No, we haven't.
personal people rebates on their insurance. I just want to know if you received any.
No, we haven't received any.
Okay. Council Santos,
I'm set, thank you.
Villas, Flynn,
Yes, please. So I'm on that same slide. And again, just to clarify what I'm looking at. So you've had savings because of COVID-19 or lack of expenses. And are you showing on this slide that money you've used to cover the COVID-19, the 165,000 COVID-19 expenses?
Yes, I'm just going to put Cindy on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hold on.
So if you've used those savings to cover the COVID-19 expenses and that number's coming back, that 165,000 number should be coming back from FEMA. And is that return in the budget, or will that help the budget when those monies come in?
When we receive the information as to what FEMA is going to cover, then yes, it will replace, for the COVID expenses, it would replace the operating dollars. And those operating dollars then could fall to fund balance at year end. But right now, the last thing I heard was that the technology was not even being considered by FEMA. And that's a significant amount of the cost. In which case the general response is, well, then use your CARES Act money for that. But the CARES Act money that we were originally scheduled to receive through the state and federal government was used as a replacement for state aid. So then the new money came out and we're waiting for that application, because that's now supposed to help us cover costs in fiscal 20, but as well as reentry costs, which we don't even know what that's going to be yet, depending on the plans.
This is follow the bouncing dollar.
It is.
Okay, thank
But
you.
we're not going to spend it twice with different pots of money. It would replace the COVID costs in the operating budget and allow those monies to drop to fund balance.
I'm just wondering if your request will be tempered and the town could have a break as to what you needed, because some is coming back, but apparently that we don't know.
It's just too soon,
Okay.
right? There are so many unknowns, as you indicated earlier. Our goal certainly would be to have a fund balance, but right now, with all these unknowns, we don't know where we are.
Thank you.
Council Toronto.
Yes, I had a question in regards to the Chromebooks. You had mentioned you sent a request to Sean, I believe, for what you are looking for this year.
Yes.
Okay, are these being recommended by the state? I'm sorry, I didn't know who recommended the Chromebook over, say a Surface or something like that.
Yeah, most of the districts are using Chromebooks just because they're a better bang for the buck. You get, as I said, you get the insurance, you get the filtering pieces. The proposal that we presented to our town administrator included leasing and the savings around leasing versus purchasing outright. So we're working with our town administrator on those documents and proposals.
Okay, and Are we talking to other like schools in regards to a quantity buy? Is there anything the state may be doing to get a quantity discount statewide for these Chromebooks?
No, the state is not doing any kind of group purchasing, but it is off the state MPA, master pricing. So you do get a better price when you go off the MPA for the state. The leasing the leasing savings provides kind of a flat or a static cost over a set time period. So that's the advantage of leasing the Chromebooks rather than purchasing them outright.
Okay, thank you.
Council Lombardi,
No questions.
Vice President.
Yes, so Rosemary, did you lay anybody off during this COVID? Were there any layoffs?
Did we lay anyone off? No, as I mentioned, the CARES Act and the governor strongly suggest we not lay anyone off, that we keep them and we utilize them. And we did just that. We had our teacher assistants helping us with the distance learning. We also had them helping with our grab and go breakfast and lunch program. We had our bus monitors, although those were harder to rein in terms of doing different tasks. We tried to have them do something as well. And we had required PD going on for all of those people as well.
If I could just add to that, we didn't lay them off during the COVID situation as a result of that, but we did have a significant number of layoffs going into the FY 2021 school year. I don't know, I'm not sure which one is the question you were asking, but.
No, I know in my business, we had some layoffs because there was a lot of unknowns. We just didn't know where this was going and what the impact was going to be. So, there's not just my company, I'm sure there's a lot of company, people were furloughed, people were laid off. I think it's great that you lay anybody off. I don't know it's the best business decision, but that's not my decision, it's yours. But it just crossed my mind. I'm thinking, okay, we don't have any bus running. What happened to the bus monitors?
I think it would have
It's glad that-
jeopardized our federal money, our federal dollars with the CARES Act if we had laid people off.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that was, I'll just reiterate, that was our concern, that a lot of the money seemed to come with the stipulation that you make every effort to keep your staff whole and keep your contractual commitments whole.
Geez, I don't know. The extra 600, I would have taken the layoff. I don't know.
The other piece is we do have some bus monitors that are hired by the bus company. The bus company did lay off bus monitors and bus drivers. We don't employ them, the bus company does.
Thank you.
Madam Superintendent, I have to ask this obvious question. When you learned that the council voted to assume or to pass tag you're it, Mr. Brown, assume control of the certain departments within the school administration, why didn't you readjust your budget?
We didn't readjust the budgets because it hadn't happened yet. We're obviously still July 6th, 7th, whatever we are, still dealing with the budget. And when you read the report, that report actually adds some staff, specifically the facilities department. It adds staff. It didn't talk about reducing any personnel in the finance department, and the IT department was out 2 or 3 years and did not reduce any staff in the IT.
Okay, but if I knew I was going to be held accountable for a reduced number of departments, that I was going to be responsible for the budget, I think would be a prudent thing, or would have been a prudent thing, to readjust your budget accordingly. Because now, right now, and the vice president alluded to, we have an overlap here, almost. But that's something that maybe is a conversation sooner rather than later for you and Mr. Brown to have. Council Santos, you still passing?
Yes, sir.
Council Von Villas. Council Flynn.
So yes, I'm going to go back to the 80 or $88,000 that was fronted or advanced to the school department for those computers. I was a little confused at the conversation when you started talking about the computers not holding up because they were 8 to 10 years old. The computers that were purchased with that advance, are they going to be used in the current year?
Absolutely.
Like, still viable?
Absolutely. The computers that I said didn't last were the computers that we had purchased several years ago. And when we went into COVID mode and distance learning, our IT department needed to put a filter on them because those computers never went home with our students. We want to be ready to pivot, turn on a dime if we need to go back into distance learning, be it partial or full, and have those computers go home with our students. So our students are coming back with their computers and they're going to bring them home and back.
So the computer needs for the current year, is that going to be the $80,000 less because you've already had that much advance? Or are you going to, buy more Chromebooks and that 80,000 was a 6-month buy?
But we're still using those.
Okay, so
We're
they'll be
still
used.
using Chromebooks. Yes, we're still using the $60,000 advance on Chromebooks will still be used on August 31st and going forward. And they're holding up very well. The other computers that we have a battery life of maybe 2 hours. Our IT department has done a phenomenal job staying at the high school, and when families brought their computers back, we were able to give them a new one right away. And I know, as I said, the information I had shared with Mr. Brown, I'm sure he'll share with you with regard to the lease purchase or the lease versus purchase.
So those were Chromebooks and you're going to buy more?
Absolutely. The Chromebook is the way to go.
Thank you.
Councilor Toronto.
One thing you had also mentioned was opening up safely. And we're not really sure what the guidelines will be. I mean, we can base them on what they are today. And you'd mentioned a shortage of the equipment, and I wrote it down as PPE equipment.
Right.
I'm hoping, and I'm just suggesting that we do start working on that ASAP, because there is a shortage out there. We're competing with businesses opening up. We're competing with a lot of companies opening up in towns and schools. And so I think it's important that we make that a high priority, because if you can't make the school safe, we can't open it up.
Exactly. And that's why I've had those conversations with our town administrator, that any way we can advance the dollars for those purchases would be in the best interest, because we can't open if we don't have those disinfectants, if we don't have the masks, the thermometers, whatever we need to go into school safely.
I agree.
Councilor Lombardi.
I'm good, thank you.
Vice President.
Yes. So, Sean, did you budget for?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
I think there's two pieces. I think I've communicated to members of the council individually at different times. We needed to get the base budget submitted to the council and then prepare a budget adjustment before the budget was adopted so that we could reflect changes if that was something that was going to be adopted. Tonight, you're hearing the superintendent talk about the need to purchase a computer equipment in order to open the schools. That's a dialogue that really opened up in the last couple of weeks. While this reopening, the school department guidance has come out from the state, and the same is for the PPE, the cleaning equipment, the disinfection equipment. So we're working through those issues, and that will have to become part of it. The second issue is the council did authorize us to go out and get a forensic accountant to help with the financials. That's underway, trying to get the RFP out, and as well as talking to some firms to see if we can get someone in here quickly to put those numbers together. So it's something, I think the challenge right now for both Rosemary and I is there are dozens of high priority conversations, and in those conversations, I think we both are trying to respect what each of us has as on our desk, and at the same time trying to make sure, I guess, in the context of this discussion, that we're in a position that we can open schools, since that's not a deadline that can move. So I think we're working towards those goals.
Are they going to be in this budget?
I would like to have a number in this budget. But
Okay.
again, it's just how this question and answer period has gone, where certain members of the council have pointed out there are many unknowns, and we're wrestling up against that and trying to pull a number together.
Okay. So Rosemary, my question to you is about these computers. When you say they're no longer any good, are these computers the $1 million purchase computers from about 4 or 5 years ago? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. So how many computers are you looking to purchase, and what's the cost of those? It must be in the capital budget. I was looking for it, but I'm in the capital now, but I don't see it. All I see is school furniture replacement for $178,000.
I do have it, just let me see. I need to find that information. There's technology replacement, network infrastructure. I just have to find Mr. Bozen's presentation, and I'll get that over to you.
Is there any possible way you get another year out of the current ones? Because this is going to be a very difficult year all the way around. And I had a conversation with Sean the other day. I'm like, look, we really need to tap the brakes on everything, because we don't know. Nobody knows. You don't know. We don't know budget-wise where it's going to fall out. So I know we're beginning conversations, which is great. But if we can get another year out of them, that'd be fantastic. I know we have a new IT person over in the school department, and we always want what's best for the kids, technology-wise. But this year is somewhat of an anomaly, so we need to proceed with caution, as far as I'm concerned.
We do, and I agree with you. If this were normal times, that these are not normal times. If we get a call from the governor, the commissioner, the Department of Health, and they say you're full distance learning again, we don't have enough computers for our students for distance learning. We have always talked about being a one-to-one district, one computer to one student, and we never got to that state. And then the computers that we have are older computers. We're not having any problems with the Chromebooks that we ordered. Hindsight is 2020. We didn't go with Chromebooks back then. We need to go with Chromebooks now. For a number of reasons. The cost is less, the filtering comes with it, and the insurance comes with it. And again, there was a detailed information that I sent Sean that I'm sure he'll share with you.
How much is it?
So I don't have the email in front of me. For the Chromebooks, it was 1,550 Chromebooks. The total cost was about $460,000. And we discussed options for leasing the computers. I haven't brought it to your attention yet because I'm still working with Rosemary to get some of the information. There's certainly, the desire I think that both sides are looking at is it would be better if we could work our way slowly into a situation where we're able to purchase and create a normal purchasing cycle for the computers. However, as Rosemary's pointing out, RIDE as a regulator over education who we're responsible to is, one of the scenarios that they want us to plan for the upcoming year is that every student has the ability to learn from home on a PC if a distance learning program is implemented. So that is one of the contingencies that we have to address. There's another number on the schedule. I'm going to round it. It's probably not right. In the neighborhood of $170,000 for desktop PCs that support different software within the schools themselves. And then another item, a third item on the list that was sent over from the schools is in the range of $200,000 or $230,000 to replace network infrastructure in each one of the buildings. And then the last item is for $20,000 roughly for conference equipment that would allow a teacher to not only teach to a classroom, but also to students remotely. So it is a large program. Some of those monies are budgeted for in the capital improvement program. But the real concern that Rosemary has been discussing with me is that this is something that would need to be worked through quickly so that orders can be placed and the products could be delivered prior to September for the school year.
So we're talking $700,000-800,000,
Correct.
and that's on top of the 4%.
No, so there is some money in the capital improvement program already. I need to work through that to see how much is there. But there is some additional spending that would come along with the program that's been proposed. But I think, when the capital improvement program was put together by the school department back at the beginning of the year in December, January, the requirement for distance learning was an unknown and was just not fully factored into what's being presented this evening. So.
Yeah, so there's 300,000 I'm looking at for 21.
That sounds about right.
200,000 CIP and 100,000 federal impact aid from the prior year payment.
Correct.
So we're still talking about $500,000, which I understand and I can applaud trying to get ahead of the curve. But as of today, there's school August 31st.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No.
So what happens if we make this purchase, and then there's school? What happens with these computers that are supposed to be used for distance learning?
So the laptops won't sit on a shelf. The laptops will be used. They're not going to be sitting in a cart or anything. We need to have a true one-on-one with our students. Because if there's a snow day, the governor has told us and the commissioner has told us there's no snow day. Your student, your child will need to have that computer and there'll be distance learning set up. So we're in a different world. And we won't be 100% back. We can't be 100% back on our reentry plan and meet the guidelines of the Department of Health, CDC, and bring in everybody safely. We will be in K through 6, 100%. But 6 through 12 will probably, the plan's developing, but we'll probably have an alternating type of schedule, an A-B schedule, whether it's A for 1 week, B for another. So there'll be distance learning. I don't know if I'm making that clear. But we will not have 100% of our students in. There's no way we can do that. We can't transport our students 100% because of the spacing requirements on the bus. We put out a survey to our parents already, asked how many would be interested in busing. There's probably about 200 that opted out. And now we're going to put out another survey after our task force meeting tomorrow to an opt-in. We're going to encourage students who have cars and could drive to school, to get as many students in as possible. But there's not a chance that we will have 100% of our students in school. We can't just do it physically.
And I'm sure
And
some parents don't want to send their kids back either.
And that's the whole other thing. And that's a great point, Paul. And we're responsible for their learning. So they need a computer at home.
I just want to make a final comment on this round of questions. And thank you, Mr. President, for your flexibility and my colleagues. So I do want to say that I thought, based on what I saw from my own child, I thought you guys did a really, really good job in the short time you did with getting laptops in kids' hands and food into children's bellies that needed it.
Thank you. It was a team effort. Our IT department did a phenomenal job of collecting. Remember, all these computers were all in every school. We brought them all to the gym cafeteria, high school gym. They had to be disinfected. We needed to install filters on them. Looked really what was working. Some weren't working at all. Our teachers did a phenomenal job with the distance learning. So I appreciate that comment.
Thank you, Bob. Madam Superintendent.
And the food service was really spearheaded by our finance department, who organized that with our food service Chartwells. So.
Thank you. Madam Superintendent. The 4% increase slide, town appropriation slide. The first line, the cost of negotiated staff, contracts, and agreements. Is there any new bodies factored into that line, projected hires, or is this the contracted today as you stand number of $756,464? Or are you projecting any new hires into this?
No, we're not, unless we get an increased enrollment, then I would have to inform the school committee and the town council. We could have an increased enrollment. We could have a decreased enrollment. That's why there were a number of layoffs sent to anticipate if we had a decrease in enrollment.
Okay, so the answer to my question is, this is the actual number without any new hires.
Correct.
Council Santos passing?
No.
Oh, Council Santos, go right ahead.
Based on what you've been asking, Mr. President, on this 4% increase, you're saying it's a necessity. If I understand this correctly, we are transferring departments into the town's portion. Does this 4% include those departments? Yes or no?
Sure, it's part of the personnel.
So they're still in your budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Bovell. Council Flynn.
So since Councilor Rodrick brought up the capital improvement plan, I did a quick scan, and I always look at the priority of the projects, and there's only one number one mandated under the school department, if I read it correctly, and that's the curriculum planning materials and textbooks. So is there a way that that's going to be funded this year, or where does that stand in this process?
That, we are required by the Department of Ed to have high quality curriculum materials as part of, not the basic education plan, but what the commissioner has outlined for us. So we will be phasing in high quality curriculum material based on our teachers looking at a number of materials.
So it's RIDE required. Will we be able to fund that this year, given the constraints with COVID-19? I'm not sure if that's a budget for the school committee or for Mr. Brown.
I don't
That's a
think
school
my
committee
question-
issue.
That's a school committee issue?
Yes.
And is that in your
We
budget
just,
then?
we just went like this to each other, Sean and I. You know, we put it in our capital improvement. If it's not funded, I guess we can't. We'll have, you know, we'll have to go back to the state. We'll have to go back and look at what we can do and can't do.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Toronto.
Yeah, if you look at that capital improvement, there's quite a bit in there. So I just had a question, and it has to do with a little bit of, would you have like is there a backup plan? In other words, this is our going forward and we're anticipating the school to open. That's kind of the mode we're running on with this budget. Do you have something established that has a budget that you would anticipate that if all of a sudden they turn and said, hey, we need to go off, to virtual learning. And so now we've got to adjust our scope of our budget. And this is what it's going to look like. We got to shift personnel this way. We have to do this. We have to do that. And is there a cost or an anticipated budget of what that would do to the town? Because if they go into school, it's obviously we're sitting saying you probably won't be doing as much virtual learning. Where if we're not going in, then we're going to have a lot, of virtual learning going on, like 100%. So is there a secondary plan you're putting in place so that if we do need to go back to full-time virtual learning, this is what my budget will look like?
So there's actually 4 plans that we have to submit to the state on July 17th. One is for what they call full distance learning. One is limited in-person learning. Another one is partial in-person learning. And then the full one is full in-person learning. We are putting in a plan we feel we can't do it safely, full in-person learning, K through 12. So there's going to be distance learning. In any of these plans, there's going to be some distance learning.
Okay. And
each plan does require us to put a budget in. When you look at the full in-person guidelines in terms of safety, it's almost like we need bathroom attendants. The length of time that the students are in school.
correct. And my final question or just remark was I also received your Making Summer Count Middletown Public Schools. And I just want to do a shout out to you folks in regards to putting that together. And I guess based on our last conversation, you said that was a program that a lot of students are signing up for. Could you maybe just give us a 2-minute overview of what's happening with that program?
Sure. The program starts tomorrow. We probably have about 157 students that are in the summer program. And it's K through 12. Lion's share of those students being K through 8. And then we have the high school too for credit recovery. The unique piece about the Summer Beyond the Bell program is that we're offering a program for all students. So we're encouraging all students, even if you're not going to this Summer Beyond the Bell, access to something called Exact Path, where they can work maybe 90 minutes a week to keep up their skills. we are extremely concerned about what we call the COVID slide, where we will have to do a fair amount of remedial work with our students based on the COVID slide, like the electric slide.
Yeah, they're gonna have to work on that somehow.
Council
Well,
Lombardi.
it just, excuse
Oh,
me, Mr.
go ahead.
President, just to wrap up on that. Well, and thank you for that. I just want to, as a comment to the council, I think this is a program that somehow we have to advertise in our community to the parents of these students to help them encourage their students to take advantage of this. This will help our students be better prepared for the new year and coming in to be prepared to be taught, whether it's in person or it's virtual. I think this is a really important. This is to get behind this and promote how good it is for the students. That you should do this, you know, and maybe we put something in here. I was thinking of saying, hey, if you finished all your reading, you're going to get a, you know, ice cream cake from Frosty Freeze or something, you know, just something to get them all excited about doing this. And they're going to see how much they benefit from it. And this is part of Beyond the Bell, and part of that community outreach that we talked a little bit about.
Actually, an incentive like that would be tremendous for us. Whether it's around attendance at the distance learning, or we can monitor those students that have participated. We sent out invitations to students for the distance learning. We did advertise it within our schools, but having some kind of an incentive from the town council, I think would be a great idea.
Great.
And we can come up with a criteria and present it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could give us a couple ideas, that would be great.
Yep.
And it's kicking off, so we need to do it quickly. Thank you.
Council Lombardi.
Mrs. Krager or Sean, I may have missed it. I thought I heard something about, as Councilor Rodrick was mentioning about the computers and the cost. Is there a lease component that you're considering? I would think maybe, you know, that might be a savings.
So yes, there is a lease component, and that's what we presented to Sean. A full out purchase and then a lease for 4 years, which really flattens that cost out. And there's a significant difference in both of those proposals. So Sean and I are still working on what's the best plan to go forward.
Thank you.
Vice President.
Yes, so just real quick to follow up on Dennis's about the program that starts tomorrow for some of the kids. You said you had 157. I know my son's enrolled in it because he needed a little extra help with math to be prepared for 8th grade. That was his mom's and mine concern, that this program, we looked at it and said, of course, he don't want to be in it, but he's going. He's going to be in it tomorrow. Because there's some great opportunity there for him, and hopefully he'll realize that as he enters 8th grade, whether it's virtually or in person. So my question to you, Mrs. Krager, is why is there such a gap in the enrollment between the company that you hired and what you project? There's a difference of 149 students.
There
Usually,
is, and there always has been a gap.
25.
Yeah.
Usually it's 20 or 25, but this year it's significant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why the gap is so big this year. Again, we know our community, and usually our enrollments projections are spot on, give or take, 10 or so students. We just know the communities. So I don't know. I don't know why. It's, they go on birth rates.
Did they give you a reason why theirs was 150 lower than yours?
No, they just give you the enrollment.
Well, I would suggest we ask.
We could.
I'm sure there's a different science they use than what you guys use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Krager, again, kudos to that kids program. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
To
And
you
I just want to, there's a great deal of enthusiasm around the Beyond the Bell summer program. And I want to give kudos to our Assistant Superintendent, Michelle Fonseca, for spearheading this and the teachers. We've had such, you think after all the distance learning that we did, there were so many teachers that have stepped up. And again, this is funded through grants. So
Yeah, again,
it's a great opportunity.
I think it's fantastic. I think it's a fantastic program. I got a quick question for you. Has any child been left without the opportunity for distance learning? Have they been?
No.
Any
No,
child hasn't had access to a computer?
No, we were very thoughtful when we had to pivot in 1 week to distance learning. We reached out to all of our students and families. We provided hotspots for those families that did not have internet connectivity. Our teachers made runs to homes to give packets if they were struggling with any of the technology. And if they were struggling, because our teachers and principals would check in and guidance counselors would check in if we didn't see a student attend for a day or 2 days, we would check in with them and make sure that we reached out to them to see if it was a technology problem, a family problem, whatever the issues. It was monumental. And again, kudos to this community and school community for the work that they did.
Did you ever reach out? I know I suggested this to you. My wife brought it to my attention that Cox was offering free hotspots in homes during this COVID for students. Are you utilizing them at all? Did you ever reach out to them?
We did reach out to them. The state had brokered that for us, so they did the initial. The other piece is we did get a Rhode Island, a Van Buren grant of about $25,000 to help with the hotspots that we had to purchase.
I'm glad that worked out good. I thought that was a great gesture on their part too. Council Santos,
I'm fine, thank you.
Council Von Villas, Council Flynn,
I'm fine, thank you.
Council Toronto,
I'm fine, thanks.
Council Lombardi,
I'm good.
Vice President.
Thank you. So Mrs. Kreger, so I want to go back to special ed. I know in the last few years, from a budget standpoint, the regional special ed that we're in, and I believe it's us, Tiverton and Little Compton, I think that budget's around $12 million, and the town of Middletown funds about 52 or 53% of that, $6.2, $6.4 million. Were there any savings realized during this pandemic from the special ed budget?
So special ed students still continued the services because that's legal. They needed to get the occupational therapy, physical therapy. So we had to be very creative as to how they would receive those services. So, and also with distance learning, which was a challenge. That's why we want to bring as many special ed students back into our plan for August 31st, K through 12, because they are, obviously needy, and distance learning is a challenge for them.
Yeah, those are some of the thoughts that crossed my mind. How did we actually reach out to those folks?
Yeah.
And provide them with what they needed. So I just didn't know from a transportation perspective, anything like that, that's all.
Yeah, we did special ed. I don't have those numbers, but we obviously did save, the region did save special ed, saved dollars, not busing. The other savings for special ed is we used to send a number of our students out to placements, students that are 18 and older. You know, we have to educate our special ed students to age 21, 22 now. And we brought a program in-house. So we weren't spending those tuitions. We did hire a teacher, a job coach that goes with those transition students, and a teacher assistant. but it was a very successful program. And we were able to do that in-house. It was housed at Gaudet's school. They had a separate entrance.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Superintendent, thank you. Thank members of your staff. Thank you, Madam Chair, the school committee and the members of the school committee. And thank you, department heads that are listening in right now. We're going to do a little housekeeping. And I want to thank you for being on standby tonight. If we had any questions of you, but I think we're going to, I think it'd be appropriate for us to have another special meeting next Monday night. And I want to make a motion that we have it to follow up on the budget, follow up on the budget with the, if we have any additional school committee questions or we have any additional questions to ask of any of our department heads that we haven't had an opportunity to vet anything with now. So I'm going to make a motion that we have a special meeting next Monday night, 6 o'clock, right here.
I'll second that, but I have a discussion, please. So, Sean, can you lay out the timeline for us as far as when the budget has to be approved? I'm not sure anybody knows when the funding, whether we know we're going to receive funding or not, because I'm just in my mind, I'm sure my colleagues as well is, we're going through this exercise, which is great. We get the questions out there, get our feet into it now, but there's still a lot of unknowns. So how do you make decisions in? So how do we make those decisions or when do we make those decisions, I guess is the more appropriate question.
I think the council president, when he was putting this schedule together for July, the hope was based on conversations with Senator DePalma that we would have a good idea of where numbers were by mid-July. So we have these meetings that are happening now. We were hopeful to have that information, and then we would be able to make some final adjustments before hearings at the end of the month.
Yeah, I mean, I have no.
Pretty much.
It is, it's accurate.
So
Yeah, I mean-
that's how we were thinking about it.
I mean, I have no problem any date you want to meet, but I mean, does it make sense to meet that date if we don't have answers? That's what I'm asking.
But we could vet with the department heads.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
can ask them, we can go through their budgets with them.
I
Okay.
think
We have in the
that's,
past.
we need to get through the departmental budgets and hopefully we'll know more about revenue. I don't know that we will. I don't know that any of this will be very clear until well into the next fiscal year, to be honest.
And that was a very recent conversation again with Senator DePalma.
Okay.
That they're saying it's going to happen this month.
Okay.
So if it happens this month, we'll have another hearing, we'll have another budget hearing next Monday night, which will afford us the opportunity to go through our other departments. And then if we have the public hearings on the 20th and 27th, it kind of falls in line with, by charter, a tentative. And if that's the case, it's a tentative budget. And we don't know what's going to happen exactly. And if for some reason it doesn't happen with Senator DePalma, then we'll kick the can down the road if we have to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if it's appropriate to have public hearings. We don't have all the information. That's all. Yeah.
Public may have some questions of some of the departments. And I think it's appropriate to afford them the opportunity to do it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm not saying.
No. We have a motion that's been seconded. I'm thinking 6 o'clock. Is 6 o'clock good for everybody on Monday night? Is that a good time?
Sam's birthday, just so you.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Want to make it 5?
No, I'm having a party on Sunday, so we're good.
We got a meeting on my birthday too, so,
Okay.
you know.
All right. 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, good? Okay, so the motion is 6 o'clock. Madam Clerk, next week, next Monday, 13th, 6 o'clock here, special budget meeting. It's been second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Next order of business, I'm not sure if we have time to do it before 7. I want to get to number 2, but I want to make sure I give Council Toronto enough time. So I'd suggest that we
Recess.
take a recess for about 5 minutes.
Motion to recess.
Have motion second to recess. All in favor?
Aye.
Nate?
Convene.
Second.
Have a motion, second to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 2. This was continued from June 22nd, 2020, the regular meeting. Communication of Council of Toronto to discuss increasing the town exemptions for senior veterans and physically handicapped.
Okay, motion to receive said communication.
Second.
Have a motion, second to receive. I'm going to put an addition to that, and that we continue it until our next meeting on July the 13th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion to act,
Council of Toronto will, that'll be the start of the budget meeting on a week from today. Thank you.
motion to act as a Board of License Commission.
Second.
We have a motion second, to act as a Board of License Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 3, this is a public hearing, advertised, the butters notified. Application of Mission LLC, DBA Mission, 58 Aquinic Ave, holder of a BVL, alcohol beverage license for the expansion of service.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion second to open a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have Bob Silva. Mr. Silva, you wanted to make comment? Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone that wants, from the public, that wants to make any comments? Mr. Silva, you wanted to make some comments in regards to item number 3, application of Mission LLC.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm Robert Silver. I'm an attorney representing Mission LLC. The main participants in that LLC are Anna and Tyler Burnley and Chad Hoffa. They run a number of restaurants. And they're presently running Mission LLC right down in 58 Aquinic Avenue. They have just recently negotiated with the owner of the property to the south, which was occupied by Empire Tea Company, to take over that space as well and to expand the existing Mission restaurant. As part of that, they have applied for and received a victualling house license extension so they can sell food in that portion of the premises. And they have also filed a petition for a special use permit with the Middletown Zoning Board of Review, which is necessary to allow a facility to sell liquor in a particular area. That petition for special use permit came on to be heard on the 23rd of this month and received a unanimous approval to allow a Mission to expand and serve liquor in the area they are acquiring under a new lease. The last step remains what we're doing tonight, and that is an application with this honorable council to allow the liquor license per se as existed in the past and as they've been operating now for a season or so, to allow that liquor license to be expanded to include the adjacent space previously occupied by the Empire Tea facility. The corporation has filed with the town of Middletown and the clerk's office the appropriate application for the license, which is a BVL license. It's limited. It's only for beer and wine. There'll be no hard liquor sold. And I commend the application to your attention and indicate on the basis of their previous work and operation of the establishment at 58 Aquinic Avenue, where they have had a liquor license limited for beer and wine, there have been no incidences or difficulties. As a matter of fact, these 3 individuals are no stranger to the restaurant business. For years, they've been operating other restaurants, namely TSK, Thames Street Kitchen down in Newport, a highly acclaimed high-end restaurant itself. They've also been operating Mission LLC on Marlborough Street in Newport as well. Right now, that facility is closed, and they're replacing it by coming to Middletown with and expanding on Mission LLC as it presently exists. They are also presently the new operators of what used to be the old Mainstay Steakhouse down in Newport. That's been a restaurant and a hotel that has recently been sold by the Kirikides brothers to an individual from out of state. This individual has redone the entire hotel facility, upgraded it tremendously, renamed it, and the restaurant that used to be the North End Steakhouse is now named Nomi, after my aunt Nomi Park, which is adjacent there too. So Tyler and Anna and Chad are running that restaurant. It just opened this season, this past few weeks, and they are going to continue doing so in a highly professional manner, which they've done in the past. So we're asking for a simple extension of the BVL license to include the adjacent space, which is somewhere in the area of, I think, 900 or 800 square feet. I believe Tyler might be on Zoom himself, and I'm just calling in on my cell phone. I'm, as I used to say, and I did last time, an old dog with new tricks, so I'm not using Zoom. I'm just using the connection by phone.
Well, Mr. Silva, let me say you've done a very good job representing them. You gave us everything except the menu. Very good job.
I think the menu will be the same as the menu that's there. It's some of the greatest French fries and hamburgers that your mouth will ever encompass.
Okay. Is there anyone else, Deputy Clerk, that wants to make comments? Okay. Does any counselor like to make any comments?
Yes, please.
Councilor Santos.
If I understand this correctly, the expansion of service is going to be outside. Am I correct in that assumption? No. What is it?
It's next door.
Next door. They took
Next door.
the building next door. The same building. They just took over. The
Yeah.
stations in the same building.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the explanation.
Any other council?
I would just like to say I had takeout there about a month ago and it was very good.
Oh. Okay. I just have to know.
Motion to vote.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, motion is second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye. Motion to grant said license expansion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to grant the said license expansion. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Item number 4, application of Rock Lobster 6-9 LLC, DBA Rock Lobster 59 Aquinic Avenue for Class BV liquor license to be used at the same premise. Requires advertising for the public hearing and notice to abutters. This is new.
Okay, motion to receive said application, advertise for public hearing and notify abutters for hearing on August 17th, 2020.
Second?
Quick question, Madam Clerk, everything with the building inspector has been satisfied?
They have, as far as I know, it's satisfied. However, new things may come up and it has to be satisfied prior to this hearing date.
Okay.
So as of right now, he's all set. It's only going to be ordered, advertised, and abutters notified.
Mr. Brown, do you have anything to add?
It's my understanding from a discussion with the building inspector Friday that the Rock Lobster building permit application was still incomplete. I don't know if that changed today, so the clerk might have more up-to-date information than I have.
He said he was working on it. That's what the building official had told me. So he's working with the applicant.
Mr. President, I have one other question when she finishes.
Okay, 1 minute, Council Santos. So
Certainly.
I don't think it's appropriate that we're receiving this tonight if everything isn't ready to be received. I'm going to defer that question to our solicitor.
Mr. President, obviously, if the applicant does not have all his ducks in a row and has not satisfied any issues that the building official may have, then he's doing that at his peril. As the town clerk noted, the time at which everything needs to be lined up is the time when the public hearing is held. So my recommendation would be to accept it and order it advertised, once again, with the knowledge that the applicant, if he doesn't get everything lined up, then he's doing that at his own risk.
Okay. Council Santos.
I am just curious, this signature on the applicant, is it the owner? Is it the manager? I like to know who signed this application.
That is Peter Downing's signature.
I would recommend that in the future that the name be printed underneath the application.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lombardi.
Mr. President, and maybe Peter, so I don't have a problem receiving it tonight. I was pretty vocal last time about the issue with the building inspector, and I trust that Jack would let us know if there were any significant issues that have come up, and he will, I'm sure, at the time of the first public hearing. I have no doubt. I do want to ask, I don't know if it's appropriate for now, that's why I'm addressing you, Pete. The restrictions that were in place with the old establishment, with the old owners, when it came to noise and amplified music and all that, at the time of the public hearing, when we possibly move to approve the license, do we have to add those stipulations on again? Or
Yes.
do they carry over?
Yes, this is a new application for a new license. So any restrictions with regard to the operation of the business that the council believes are appropriate, you would want to make them known and make that part of a motion at that time during the public hearing.
So I'm not going to oppose us receiving it tonight. I think we should give this individual a fair shot and see what happens when the public hearing comes around.
Okay. Council Flynn.
So I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room, and you can let me know if that's not appropriate. So we got a call in the last time that this was heard. I think it was June 15th from one of the neighboring businesses, and they had a little altercation. And I know that, you know, as we make determinations on these licenses and businesses, that one of the things, you know, because I've questioned our solicitor, that we also need to take into account is the fitness of the applicant, the moral character or criminal record. And there are some, you know, files that have been received by the council, and I'm just not sure where those fit into moving forward.
Mr. President, if I could just address that should be addressed within the context of a public hearing.
Fine.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
who pays for the advertising?
the applicant.
The applicant does?
So the last application, he had to pay, he's paid up in full. This is a brand new application, not asking for outside service or anything else. I had spoken to the solicitor and we discussed it, and he said we should put it back on as a new application. So we start the process all over again. So he's responsible for the notification to the abutters and for paying for the advertising.
Any other council have any questions? Okay, so you don't see any reason not to do this?
No, when the application, the second application was filed, I did speak with the town clerk, because generally speaking, when what we call the rule of administrative finality, an applicant can't keep filing repetitive applications for the same thing. If they're denied, they just don't file a new application a week later. You've got to take some other course of action. In this case, the original application was for indoor and outdoor service. This new application is limited to indoor service. So it is different enough from the original application that he is entitled to file a new request. and go through the process all over again. So,
Madam Clerk,
Attorney Lynch is on the line. He's filed for this applicant. He would like to speak.
Attorney Lynch?
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Jay Lynch on behalf of the applicant. I've been listening to your questions to the clerk and the solicitor. I've also been in touch with Mr. Kane last week. He is aware that we are proceeding with the building permit process. My client has hired an architect to submit the appropriate drawings. So we hope that by the time we get back in front of you in August, all of our ducks will be in a row and ready for consideration.
Okay. All right. Okay, we have a motion. We have any further discussion? We have a motion. It's been seconded to receive said application. Advertise for public hearing and notify abutters for hearing on August the 17th, 2020. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Motion to reconvene as a town council.
Second?
We have a motion second to reconvene as a town council. All in favor?
Aye.
Town business update. Item number 5, memorandum of the town administrator with enclosures, project update.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. President, just wanted to start the town business update process that was approved by the council at the last meeting. I'm going to skip the first 2 items because we're going to talk about the beach operating plan later in the agenda. Just an update on affordable senior housing. The consultant reviewed the conceptual drawings prepared by Union Studio with the council at the last meeting. There was a consensus that the town would pursue drawing B1. The council also directed that market studies be completed for the project in the town as a whole. And currently, we are working with the town's consultant to prepare an engagement for the council's consideration to complete those studies. There was a meeting of the subcommittee, and I believe there's some information that will be coming back to the town council regarding their discussion and recommendations they have. On the November 2016 school bond project, the school department has recently applied for an extension to complete the work associated with those projects. That extension would have to be approved by the Department of Education and the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. I anticipate that that extension will be approved. The council has requested back at the beginning of the year an update from the school committee on the status of the bond projects. And I'll work with you, Mr. President, to get that on a future agenda. Town school consolidation. The original project was delayed due to COVID. Recently on the June 15th meeting, the council voted to consolidate the departments. And most recently, the council has directed us to engage a forensic accountant to come in and verify programmatic spending and the existence of assets within the departments that would be merged into the town. And as discussed earlier tonight, that process will be moving quickly so that it parallels the budget process as much as possible. IT strategic planning that was delayed due to SARS-CoV, but more recently was put on hold because of the consolidation between the town and school departments. As we begin to merge the departments, that initiative will be picked back up again by the IT department. Multi-purpose fields are substantially complete. We're monitoring the growth of turf right now, and we anticipate that after 3 growing seasons, they will be ready for play in fall of 2021. The phase 2 grant was unsuccessful with the Department of Environmental Management. That would have paid for outbuildings as well as lights for the fields, and that's something that we'll have to reevaluate here in the future. Beyond the bell, this is a Middletown Public School after school program. I've attached some presentation material about the program, and details regarding that would really need to come from the school superintendent. Stormwater improvements. There are currently no active town stormwater improvement projects right now, so I don't have anything to report there. The Atlantic Beach District, this is the undergrounding of utilities and other streetscape improvements. We had gotten an estimate back from National Grid, which was cost prohibitive as far as undergrounding utilities. Also, the planning board has made zoning change recommendations. They've gone through that process. They've been forwarded to the town clerk for advertising. But the bottom line is that we are looking at, are there some savings that can be achieved through re-engineering the undergrounding project, so that we can look at whether or not the project is viable to actually complete. Aquidneck Avenue roadway, sidewalk, and stormwater improvements. This is the road improvement, stormwater, and sidewalks from Greenan Avenue to East Main Road. We had thought this project would be moving, and then we just can't seem to get rid of a conflict between DOT and the city of Newport. There's transite water line in the vicinity of the drive-in theater that needs to be replaced, and the state and city cannot agree on who's going to pay for that, so that project is delayed. There's a list of road improvements that have been ongoing. When I do this report for August, it will be more complete with input from the departments. Tom will be able to tease this out more, but essentially a lot of the work that was being done by East Coast Construction has resumed. It is ongoing. That work includes final work on Red Road Phase 2, guide rails at the end of Paradise and Purgatory at that intersection, sidewalks at Turner Road and Greenan Avenue. So those are underway. We are monitoring the DOT project on Coddington Highway and on Green Lane. And then we're preparing RFPs for the traffic safety improvement projects that you reviewed at the last town council meeting. Just from a process standpoint, we're putting together some templates and a program called WDesk, which we use for our financial statements. That will allow the department heads to update the narratives on a monthly basis, and then I'll provide those to you as we go on. The projects that I included, at least for this month's report, were the ones that Councilor Toronto talked about at the last meeting as a starting point. So just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it'll work out well. So if there's any questions, just let me know, and this will be on the website tomorrow.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you pulling this together. Will this, will we get this on the website eventually?
It will be on the website tomorrow.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Lombardi.
Sean, I'm going to try not to sound frustrated, but this conflict between the state and the city of Newport regarding the water line on Aquidneck Avenue, is there anything we can do to intervene, to help move this process forward? I mean, again, the Newport Water Department won't budge, you know, on a project in the town of Middletown. Can you talk to Joe? Can we do something to get this thing moving? Can we be a peacemaker? I don't know what it is, but somehow I'd like to see this project get moving.
Mm-hmm. I've attended meetings with the city and DOT, along with Senator De Palma. I had thought when we last discussed this that Director Alviti had come up with a solution, that the department was going to engineer this in a specific way or pay for whatever incremental cost they ran into, but we somehow ended up back to the same place. So we continue to push.
Thank you. Frustrated, but thank you.
Me too.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes, Mr. Brown, on the road improvements under the traffic safety improvement projects, they're all listed as RFP. And I remember when we first got the PAIR report and presented it, and Councilor Rodrick asked what the next step was, and the answer was it's going to come up at budget time. So when it first got released in the docket, a lot of citizens reviewed it and sent in some emails, kind of asking, is this a done deal? Can we still weigh in? We have some questions about, what they did from the initial public forums. So I'm not sure if, I'm feeling like a follow-up step might have been missed between the plan and the RFPs. Is there another public forum where citizens can ask Pear, why they did something, or, did they consider something else, or should questions go from citizens right to the town engineer? I just feel like there's a little disconnect with the questions that I'm still getting on what was released.
They should submit their questions to me or
To
the
you?
town engineer, either
Okay.
or.
Great, I'll forward those all to you.
Okay.
And I'll let them know. Thank
Any other
you.
questions?
I have a question.
Vice President.
So, thank you for the update, Sean. I like that quick overview. Two things, the improvements that are going on in the sidewalk at Turner Road and Green End, they look, the widening of it, it looks great. And they're fixing the storm drains as well. They're raising them a little bit to make it more level with the road. But Red Road Phase 2, can we just get a list of those at some point?
Tom will break that out next time. I just,
Okay.
Dennis had mentioned roads when he talked about this
Okay.
last time. And I just wanted to at least start from somewhere.
Sure.
And like I said,
No problem.
Elaine's building the template that'll get pushed out.
No
and
problem.
You will get updated information on the roads.
Yep, and I share the same frustration as Rick. I think it's ridiculous that this Quinnick Avenue project is held up. I can understand if there's an issue, but to continue it on and drag it out like this with no resolution, it's unacceptable.
Why don't I put a resolution on the docket for the, and yeah, I know it may be fruitless, but at least document our frustration with this. And I think it will at least highlight the fact that we've been up to the director's office a number of times and communicated, and we're stuck. So
That's good.
So does it just go on, or can they go before the public PUC and they can resolve it? Someone's got to pay for it. That seems to be the issue to me, is dollars. And so I understand dollars are tight. I get it. But this project's been approved. And so, it just can't drag on. I don't understand why they don't, there's got to be an appeals process where the PUC would get involved and say, hey, guys, this needs to stop. Give me the facts, come up with a resolution. You're responsible for it, one or the other. Let's go. It's unacceptable.
How does a project get approved without, and finding this out after it's approved?
So the difficulty comes in where the original, the sidewalks were originally supposed to be on the Gaudet side of the project. And when the city of Newport reviewed the project, there wasn't an issue with the water line because it was, the water line's located on the west side of the road, where they were going to build the sidewalks is on the east side of the road. At the point in time with the last filing with the PUC, so we're going through that whole process, the rate gets approved by the PUC, but it doesn't include the cost of this project because, again, the city of Newport had plans that had the pipe on, the sidewalk on the opposite side of the road. So we're basically, about a year away from when that PUC filing was made, and there's no money for it. And it's not an approved project by the PUC. So that is the third player in this whole mix. And when I sit up at DOT with Director Alviti, he'll be frustrated, the transite pipe shouldn't be there in the first place. And there's just a lot of posturing that goes along with money is scarce. And with that posturing comes up with, I would call it an excuse, or there's just enough of a cloud of doubt that nothing proceeds. And that's the frustration that you're expressing tonight, that I'm feeling also, because it's not something I really am proud of, that we can't get this done. I know it's important to the town. We've done a lot of horse trading to get it to happen. And we still don't have a shovel in the ground. So we'll kickstart, we'll get the resolution, we'll kickstart the discussion again and see if we can get it done.
Thanks.
Thank you. Council
Mr.
Toronto.
President, oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like to go?
Go ahead.
We've had a number of issues with Newport Water in regards to residents in Middletown. Since I've been on the council, I know of a few. I'm sure I don't know all of them. But I don't know if we have a close enough relationship with Newport Water in regards to even our infrastructure in Middletown and what their maintenance plan is going forward. Could we have them come in and present to us what their strategy is for assisting us in our infrastructure, as well as maybe some of these issues that we're having a hard time moving forward? Or does that conversation have to go to the city of Newport?
It would have to go to the city of Newport. And
The city of Newport
I
could
think
be our
my
next step.
suggestion would be to, Mr. Brown makes that suggestion to the city manager, Mr. Nicholson, and see if we can get somebody in. Will it happen? Who knows?
Okay, thank you.
Council Santos.
Mr. Brown, let me see if I have this down pat. I was asked about it the other day. They're going to put the sidewalks on the west side, correct?
Yes.
Why are they digging on the east side? They got a black strip going down Aquidneck Avenue. What did they dig?
Gas line.
Gas line. Where's the water line? On the east side?
In that area, it's on the east side of the road.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You think they put them together?
Consent count.
What's that?
Consent count?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Silver.
No.
My mind is still thinking about, I had a
Water.
couple pending comments, but I've decided to refrain.
We're out of time by that second.
Motion to approve the consent calendar minus number 8.
Second?
Okay, motion second to approve the consent calendar minus number 8. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 8, resolution of the council authorizing the submission of the proposed open space bond question to the Secretary of State for inclusion on the November 3rd, 2020 general election ballot.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this item appeared on council's June 1st, 2020 docket, and I and Councilor Toronto
Terry,
opposed
I'm
it.
having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, I can't hear
Just a
you
bit.
either.
Thank you.
See, let me know if that's not better.
That's good.
And it was stated that the bond was written this way, combining open space and recreation to give the town flexibility. And I really have to reiterate that I find this a disservice to the public, because those voting for the bond, they may find that they are voting for open space, but they've approved debt and maybe more debt than open space debt for recreation. I'm just not sure that that's totally transparent to the public. So their priority might be open space, and yet 4 million out of the 5 could be spent on recreation. So I just want to reiterate that, on the floor, and make sure that people realize that, there's not a set split. And when they're voting, they're giving permission that it could go either way, heavy on one side or the other. And the combined use, not only is the combined use not transparent, but even in this agenda item, I don't know why it wasn't listed like the June 1st agenda. It doesn't even say on the agenda item that it has recreation issues in it. Of course, it's in the attachment, but it does make it confusing to people. And if they don't dig in, they don't know. So I really, for future reference, I think that if the council deems monies are needed for both open space and recreation, the dollar amount should be identified in separate bonds, so people are confident that they know the debt that they're approving. Otherwise, it could seem like a bait and switch to the voter. So that's why I brought it off, and I'm not going to support it again for those reasons.
Council Lombardi.
Sean, do we know if the Open Space and Fields Committee has weighed in on this?
Not specifically. They're aware of it.
They haven't opposed it.
No.
We haven't met.
You haven't met?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Santos.
Any other comments? Let me just make one comment. I don't think anybody's trying to do a bait and switch, Council. Okay. as stated before, and I think the solicitor even made comment, as well as Mr. Brown and myself. It's been designed this way to make full availability of X amount of money that could be used. For an example, if we split this in half and we said 2.5 million for recreation, 2.5 million for open space acquisition, and all of a sudden, a large piece of property opened up in Middletown that we wanted to buy it, we couldn't do it. We wouldn't have the availability of, let's say, the full $5 million, if that's what it required to do that. It's no bait and switch. Nobody's trying to pull the wool over nobody's eyes. It's a practice we've done for quite some time. And I know you don't agree with it, but that's okay. So, but I can appreciate your position on it. Don't understand it, but I do appreciate it. So any other comments?
Yes, please.
Councilor Toronto,
Go ahead.
he beat you out.
Yeah, I
He's
did.
ahead of you.
I got it twice.
Councilor Toronto.
Twice. Terry is right. I did vote against this the last time. The reasons for that is, $5 million for open space and recreation. We do need to pay this back. So if we do decide to buy a piece of land, it's a $5 million bond that actually goes out and we've got to pay it back. And I understand that it's a high priority in a lot of people who live here in Middletown to reserve this open space. But also our budgets are limited. I mean, we're going to have to pay back if next week this passes and then, all of a sudden a piece of land comes up for sale. We're going to spend the $5 million and then we're going to have a payment that we got to pay back. And I just think
That's if we decide.
that's if we decide to buy the property, yes. And I just, I keep going back to affordable housing. I've talked to Sean even about a bond to maybe help us get through this moment of the crisis that we're in. I call it a PPP bond. Something that we pass that helps us get through this transition to when we get back to 100%. So it's a temporary fix. And Sean agreed, we could pass a bond to get us that PPP money to help us get us through this financial situation we're currently in. And I'd like to put the efforts towards that. So that was the reason I declined it. And I was hoping that we could, at some point, I would make a motion to see if maybe we could put a bond out there. I do want to do some more research on it before I propose it. But we have a limited budget, and I just feel we've invested a lot into open space. I'm going to look into that a little bit more too to see how much we've spent on open space in Middletown. How much have we reserved? I know most of it's on the east side and not the west side. And maybe we need to also be looking at, other ways of funding affordable housing or affordable living in Middletown. So that's just my opinion on that. My vote will be, I think our budgets are limited, so I'm not going to support this at this time.
Okay, understood. But you do understand that this is to go to the general election ballot, to go before the people, correct?
Right.
We're not making that decision on that.
Right.
As long as everybody's clear about that. The residents of Middletown are making that decision. Councilor Santos.
I have two questions for Mr. Toronto.
Yeah.
What do you consider affordable housing? What does a house have to sell for that you would consider affordable house? Certainly not on Easton's Point, or better known as First and Second Beach Land Company.
I think our average home right now is about $450,000.
All right, have you seen a newspaper lately? You have some homes that have been selling under $300 and some odd thousand.
But on an average, it's been that.
Okay.
That was the new census.
Another question. Once the land is gone, it's gone. Do you know how many farms that town of Middletown has lost in approximately, I'd say, 15 years?
I do, because you've
How
told
many?
me, we talk about it. There's no farms left. There's no cows left.
Go
But
ahead.
I want to keep the residents. I want to
So where
make
are you
sure
gonna
that
put
we
where
are
are you
able to
gonna
have
put the
a,
residents after all the land is gone? In the ocean?
well, I think we do a pretty good job of conserving land in Middletown. That's just my opinion. You may think we need more, and that's fine. You'll have your opinion on that, but I'd like to keep, you say there's no more land, no more cows, no more farms. And I'm saying if we keep going the way we're going, we're not going to have any long-term residents here. And people with like a mixed community. We're going to have a lot more dark houses. We're not going to have people living in Middletown supporting the merchants in the area. We already have restaurants that are closed in the winter. We're already feeling the effect. So I'm just saying maybe we need to focus our energy a little more on that side and our resources. We could pass $5 million, another $5 million, another $5 million bond, let the people pass it, and then they'll ask us why their taxes are going up.
I disagree with you, sir. And that's
Okay.
my prerogative.
That's right. Thank you.
You have another question, Council?
No, sir. Thank you.
Council Lombardi.
So when I think about this and, being here now almost 6 years, we had a bond sitting there, 2 bonds sitting there when I first came on the council that we hadn't, that was passed by the voters several years prior and that we used when we needed it. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't pay on the debt until you use it. It sits there, and when the council deems appropriate, depending on economic circumstances, in budgets, you find the appropriate use for it and you use it and you plan for that debt service. While I agree with the tight budget piece of it, and I hear what you're saying, I think that with the clarity of when you put the bond question on the ballot and it says what it is and it says what it's going to be used for, and hopefully people read the question before they vote to approve it or not approve it. I think we need, at the Councilor Flynn's point, to be transparent, and when you during the election and you put those questions out in the public and in the newspaper and on social media, it's clear this is what it can be used for, and it's at the council's discretion down the road, future councils, to be able to do that. So I think at the end of the day, as long as we do due diligence and advertise it appropriately and explain it appropriately, that we should allow the people to decide on that. This council's not going to spend that money. We know that because we're not going to have the opportunity. And the future council down the road, maybe the next council, if things get better and economics get better and they find a proper use for it, whether it be recreation or open space, that they'll make the right decision. I have confidence in the fact that the councils will make the proper decision for the town when the time is appropriate. So to make it sound like that we're incurring debt by passing the bond is a little disingenuous in my opinion, because that's not the case. The case is that the people of the town know that when you get ready to spend it, you got to pay down the debt. I get it. But by approving the bond, we're not approving debt right up front. That's what you're making it sound like, and that's not what it is.
Well, I think, I do believe that, and Sean, you can answer this, but it will, if we do get the bond, it goes against our ability to borrow more. They're not going to let us take $100 million in bonds.
It only
out.
affects you if you execute it.
So just to answer that technically, so this is a borrowing through the General Assembly. So there is no cap to borrowing as it's authorized by the General Assembly. There's other types of borrowings that do have limitations. So it's a technical piece. I mean, there is the part where the credit agencies, Moody's and everybody else will look and say the Middletown has borrowed too much money. But we have, and I think it's included in the budget, Mark's not here. We do a debt analysis each year with the budget, with the CIP, and we fall within the parameters established by the state's Public Finance Management Board. The other thing I would add with open space, I mean, I know with many of you, you've been on councils where we've had open space things that have come to the council and you've said no. Those are often, there are a lot of evaluative things that you do when you look at open space. I think generally you've looked at not only what the property costs, but how how it impacts the town environmentally, as we've looked at issues that we have on Bailey Brook and Mayford River. We've also looked at large housing projects that have been proposed that would have a very, very, very large cost to the community when you looked at the amount of, services that the town would need to provide, as well as utilities. So I think those are, it's just a matter of being prepared when those opportunities come. We just don't know when they're gonna actually come up, so.
Vice President.
So I just want to go on record saying there are still cows. They're on Greenan Avenue.
There are donkeys,
Yeah.
horses.
For the reasons stated, that Bob stated, for what Sean just stated, Dennis, I think we've probably said no as many times we've said yes to open space, and certain people, the public doesn't realize that because it's an executive session where families or property owners or whoever have come to the town and, wanted to sell their property in a kind gesture, and sometimes it just doesn't make sense for the town, whether it's environmental or whatever the case may be, watershed, whatever the case may be. So I've always supported this, and I'm going to continue to support this. The town of Middletown and its residents, it comes down to really a quality of life issue. So I guess you can look at it both ways. If you want to preserve it, or do you want a developer to come in potentially, and it happens, and to buy it up and then put houses, and it ends up costing the town more. And they put massive houses, and the way it's going, and it drives property values up, and it drives people out, to your point that you're trying to retain people. So, to me, it's what the public's always in Middletown has made good decisions. When we put it on there and they get the opportunity to say yay or nay, I think that makes sense. And I think once they do that, I think whether it's this council, future councils, past councils have always made good decisions, because you just, as Sean stated and Bob stated, you just don't know when. Maybe it's the Hugendorn property, maybe it's Vanasek property. Do you want to see that on East Main Road? You got to have that available to be able to do those. And I'm not saying they're for sale. I'm just saying to be able to make those kind of decisions. So to me, it's important. Typically it's a land purchase. It's not recreation, but I understand where you're coming from. But, there's always been good, sound decisions made. As far as borrowing money because of the pandemic, we're a pretty solvent community, and that's why you have a rainy day fund. What I would say to that is, maybe we just, as Bob's favorite saying is, tap the brakes and let's slow some of these projects down, and let's see how this falls out financially, because this will end. We've always been a resilient, united community, state and country. We will figure this out and get through it.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay. Item number 24.
Mr. President?
We have a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye. Oh, I thought that's what you're going to say.
For number 8,
Yeah.
nay.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I have a question.
All right. We have a
You're on the
motion.
open
Whoa. I want to go back.
So
I want to step back. We have a motion and a second to receive, right?
No, to pass the
To
resolution.
pass the resolution.
Yes.
Okay. You want to ask one more question?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
I understand Mrs. Flynn is on the Open Space Committee, and you're voting against this?
And I've stated why, because
Why?
they could use 4 million of it to go for recreation, not open space. It's not clear
You don't
what.
belong in the Open Space Committee, I'm sorry.
Okay. We have a
Mr.
motion.
President, point of order. That's uncalled for.
You don't have to stand up, I'm not the queen.
Okay.
Point of order.
Point
It's
of order.
uncalled for.
Let's get back to a civil meeting.
Be respectful, please.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second
To pass the
to
resolution.
pass the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have 2 opposed. Same 2 oppositions as last time.
And Mr. President, I need it noted, we talked about it earlier, that number 13, I need to recuse on. And I.
Yes.
So we make sure that got in
That
there.
was all taken care of. Okay. All right, item number 24. Licenses, application of the pub at 2 Mile Corner, Inc., DBA, the pub at 2 Mile Corner, 10 Maple Ave, for amusement outside during outdoor dining. See email communication. Music Friday, Saturday, 5 to 8 p.m., and Sunday, 1 to 4 p.m., and 4 to 7 p.m.
Motion to approve said amusement license with the condition that when the outdoor service expires, the amusement license will expire.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Conversation.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So when I saw this on the docket, I wanted to get some clarification on exactly what the applicant was asking for. I wanted to see the area where they were going to do this. I did go up. I viewed the area. I spoke to the applicant. I made it clear what my feeling was, that it would not be amplified music, that they stick to the hours so that, as the applicant said to me, she said, nothing after dark, nothing after 8 o'clock. And I will say this, and I don't know if they're going to speak tonight, but they, as it was said in the email, they're operating right now on about 30 to 40% margin. That's almost unsustainable for them right now because of the food, not just the alcohol. She was emotional, I would say. They want to keep their business going, but they're not sure they're going to be able to. Even if they get this, they're not sure they're going to be able to. I think with COVID, and you look at the hospitality industry and the restaurants that are struggling to keep themselves, keep their heads above water, particularly the small ones, whose capacities are not that much under the restrictions that they're still working under. I really think that we really need to help our small businesses and our small restaurants to just get through this until they can start operating normally. I went into that place. They're doing everything right. They are going above and beyond. They are doing everything right. So I would just say that I'm going to enthusiastically support that we help them out. So thank you so much.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Council Lombardi, I really appreciate that extra effort of going down to the business, because typically our amusement licenses say that a general restriction was placed on all amusement licenses at the May 1st, 1995 meeting of the Town Council that all entertainment must be inside, all doors and windows shall be closed during performances. And it's that way for a reason. It's quality of life. You know, I went to Google Maps. I didn't do exactly the step that you did to get the map. I don't know if that can be zoomed in on or not, or if you care, but they are right here, and it's all residential on, 3 sides of them. So I have concerns, and I am with you as far as I appreciate their effort to make it work. I don't think they're alone in the restaurant business. I'm just waiting for restaurants to say we have to triple our prices because we can't work on these margins anymore if this continues. So one of my questions was, did this have to go out to be advertised or noticed to abutters? This could really be impactful to abutters. I didn't see a diagram of tables. All I saw on this was that they have, an empty lot, it looks like, to the west, and a pretty big parking lot. But I would have liked to have seen sort of what they anticipated, where that music would be. Could they put up some buffers? Would it be under a tent maybe, just to protect the neighborhood? And do we want to maybe try it for a Saturday night and see if the calls come in, and instead of saying, okay, yeah, do 4 shifts of music all weekend long. Do we want to try it and make sure that, we don't hear anything from the neighbors and the abutters? Just some thoughts. I have concerns, but I also empathize with staying in business. I'd love to help, but that's a big neighborhood of residences over there.
Councilor Lombardi has some additional comments.
Yeah, so they're bordered on one side by West Main Road.
Yeah.
They have an empty parking lot to the west. They have I believe it's a body shop or a mechanic's garage to the south.
Yeah.
And they have Maple Avenue to the north.
Yes.
There's a residential neighborhood, probably about a block and a half away. But
Not
to
a
the-
block and a half.
maybe you should go up there and see it. It's hard to see, it's hard to grasp. I'm not trying to be, I know, I get Google Maps,
Yeah.
but there's nothing like being there on your own 2 feet and seeing it. And maybe I suggest all right, maybe you could have gone up there and looked. I
Well-
did. I took the effort to do it. Even if you drive by, you can see it. If you look at their parking lot, where they're taking away parking spaces, they have what look like plastic jersey barriers surrounding the area where they have probably 5 tables. 5 tables. They're asking for somebody with an acoustic guitar, not amplified, in the open air. I mean, I could see if they were asking for amplified music, Gary. I get it. But this is not the case. And I also believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but since they've taken that place over, that was a less than desirable place prior to them taking it over. They have increased the business there. The place is constantly busy under normal circumstances. I don't think they've been an issue with the police department. Have you gotten anything on that?
I'm not aware of any issues.
I think they've improved the conditions there inside and out compared to what it used to be. So I hear what you're saying, Terry. I get it. If there were houses around there, I mean, a lot of houses around there, and they were stuck in the middle of a neighborhood, then I get it. But it's really not the case. I mean, if you drive by, you'll see what I mean. I'm not overstating this.
Well, music carries. That's the problem. It really does. It goes further than you can imagine. And if the wind's blown in the right direction, it can go even further.
It's lunch in the dinner hour till 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. Let's have a council meeting, not independent conversation. Council Sanders.
What I am concerned about is in the letter that the owner wrote, they're going to serve food outside and beverages.
Yes.
That's what I am concerned about. If they're going to be serving beverages, liquor. What? They're doing it now. Outside?
Yes.
Okay.
Vice President.
Yes, so, I know Ed, and I don't know his wife that well, but I know Ed, and he's been in this business a long time, and he's very respectable, very responsible. I get what you're saying. If it was amplified, I would raise my hand, no. Acoustic, sometimes you're in an establishment inside, and you're having a hard time hearing acoustic. It's just a guy with a guitar. If there's an issue, then, we'll deal with it. But I can't see putting somebody out of business who's asking for something that's reasonable. It's not like to me, in my opinion, it's reasonable. If it's, again, amplified, absolutely not because of the neighborhood. Because then that's exactly what you're going to hear, amplification. Acoustic, with the traffic of West Main Road, you're probably not even going to hear it. So that's just my opinion. And having known him and how responsible he is, he will do the right thing.
Okay,
Question?
thank you. Question?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
So if it is bothersome and a complaint is made, what is the recourse once we've approved
Council
this?
Flynn, that was going to be my closing comment.
Oh, excellent.
Those of us that issue a license have the authority to take a license, okay, or to bring the license holder in, okay? I'm going to support this. I think we should be doing anything and everything that we can do to help our local business people as they fight through this COVID-19. This is absolutely what we should be striving for. This should be what we should do to help our people. And like I said, if there's an issue, we issue the license, we can call them in, we can take the license.
Okay. We have our residents to also maintain their quality of life. That's all. I'm all,
You've
don't,
said
don't,
that
don't
several
misinterpret.
times.
I do not oppose it. I am just concerned.
Well, if we
A
get,
win-win would be good here.
if we get complaints, we'll address them.
Perfect.
We'll address them. But I don't think it's fair to them to deny it, assuming that there's going to be an issue. And that's what some people do and some people don't.
The
I think we
residents
should
just
go
want to
with
know
this.
that they've been talked about and considered, I think.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been seconded to approve the said amusement license. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Item number 25, ordinances. It's an ordinance of the Middletown, second reading. An ordinance and amendment to the Town Code Title III, Administration, Chapter 34, Taxes, Section 34.10, Homestead Exemption, new section, see attached ordinance.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second?
A motion and second to adopt. We have two gentlemen that want to speak in regards to this. We have Mr. Silva, Bob Silva. Are you on?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm never too sure. I'm here, Bob Silva. I don't know whether I'm getting through to the council.
You are getting through, Mr. Silva. Name and address.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Robert M. Silva. I reside at 8 Circle Drive, Slade Hill Farm, Middletown, Rhode Island. I've asked to be heard on this matter because I am also in another lifetime and world on the Middletown Economic Advisory Commission, or committee, I should say, dealing with economic matters and issues related to the town. That committee is advisory to the town council, and I just felt that it was important to at least make the council aware of the fact that the the subject matter of a homestead exemption has been discussed several times in the past few months by the Middletown Economic Advisory Committee, and mostly before the pandemic prevented us from meeting as a group. We've not done any Zoom meetings or virtual meetings. But in any event, the discussion with the Middletown Economic Development Committee was such that we didn't get into the weeds and into the devil of the details, but on the concept of a homeowner's exemption, homestead exemption, there was unanimous agreement that this was a very valuable, viable, and reasonable tool for the Town of Middletown Council to consider and adopt. We sent an endorsement quite some time ago to the council, and I'm not even too sure whether it was verbally or in writing. But in any event, because this matter has been the subject of a lot of discussion, I did want to make sure that the concept of a homestead exemption has been before the Middletown Economic Advisory Committee, and as such, received the approval and the endorsement of the committee. I know that there are all different types of provisions that go into these kinds of ordinances, and they may differ from community to community. My message tonight is simply this: don't let perfection be the enemy of success. You have to pass something, and you can't kick it down the road, the can so-called, until nothing gets done. The council always has the opportunity, the jurisdiction, and the authority to adopt an ordinance of this nature and see if it works. If it doesn't work, there's nothing that says the council can't go back to the drawing board, tweak it, and correct whatever the malady might have been as discovered over the months after the adoption.
Mr.
So
Silva, you're out of time. I'm going to give you a little latitude,
Yep.
very little, to
Nope.
wrap it up.
Don't need any. Thank you so much, though, for the courtesy. I'm here to say the council should and must pass a homestead exemption. What the details are, I'm not on the council. I'm not responsible for that. But
Thank
the
you.
concept of the exemption is good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bagwell, is Mr. Bagwell available?
Am I there? There I go. I'm sorry about that. I have no idea. Just a minute. Hold it.
Mr. Bagwell,
How's that?
that's a lot better.
Okay. I sent a letter to the,
Let's back the clock back up. Let's start them over again, please. Okay, Mr. Bagwell, name and address.
John Bagwell, 587 Tuckerman Avenue, Middletown. Is that it?
Bagwell.
Right. I sent a letter to the council on June 26th. And basically, my major point was that there's a strong logical basis for this homestead exemption. And that is, many areas of town have been found attractive by people purchasing second homes and Airbnb type properties. And the way the assessment system works, in that parts of town, the people who live there have found the values of their home increasing significantly. And as a result of people buying the houses that would be under the homestead exemption, ineligible for the exemption. And as a result, if the homestead exemption is passed, it will provide some relief to the people who simply live here and who found their property values increasing dramatically. Now, most people would assume that watching your value of your investment increase is a good thing. Well, if you own a share of stock, that is a good thing because that's not taxed until you sell it. But when you own a piece of property, as the property value increases, you pay higher taxes every year. And I'm simply this homestead exemption would simply provide some measure of relief to those people whose properties have increased dramatically as a result of people buying second homes. It's great that Middletown's a super place to live, and passing the burden on just to those properties. This would not have any impact on commercial tax rates. So that's basically I simply wanted to point out what I felt was the logical basis for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagwell.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any councilors want to be heard?
President.
Councilman Lombardi.
So I'm not going to go expound like I did last time, and it speaks for itself. We've all heard the pros and cons. One of my appeals to the council the last time was to move this forward to the second reading so that the public could have some input because they deserve to have that. And with that said, I don't know about anybody else, but I haven't gotten many emails, pro or con. We actually got one tonight to the entire council just before the meeting that I happened to look at from a lady on Colony Drive. And she was in favor of it. But that said, there hasn't been this overwhelming groundswell of yay or nay. And sometimes that's something that will make even me sometimes rethink an issue. I think when you look at this, you can't say on one hand, you don't want dark neighborhoods. And you can't say on one hand, you want affordable housing. You can't say on one hand, you want people to live here. And you want young families to be here and affordable housing. You can't say that on one hand and not support something like this that gives the council an opportunity to provide an incentive for people to come here, for young families to move here, for people to own their homes and not have second homes. This is an incentive for people to move into Middletown, to stay in Middletown, to raise their families in Middletown. And it's not a huge exemption, but it's something. And when you look at our senior citizens, we're going to talk at some point about increasing senior exemptions and veterans exemptions and the like. And that's good. And I don't know how you could oppose something like that when you're talking about our seniors. But with that said, when you look at this exemption, a senior citizen could possibly get the senior exemption, which is income tested, the homestead exemption, and if they're a veteran or a widow of a veteran, they get the veterans exemption. I fail to see what's wrong with that. I said that the last time. Somebody please tell me why we can't give the town council down the road the tool to be able to do this. That's all. That's all. It's all it is. Mr. Silva stated it very well. Yeah, the town council can, as the president said earlier about, granting a license. Hey, the town council can grant it. They can give it away. They don't have to use it, but at least it's there. It's a tool in the toolbox. Depending on economics, maybe. But at least it's there for you to use if necessary, if you want to use it. That's all. And at the end of the day, I just ask again, I know the members of the public that are listening, I want somebody to tell me what's wrong with trying to help the people who are permanent residents, whose primary residences are here and who live here year round and support this town in their businesses year round and their restaurants year round. I fail to see what's wrong with that. Again, I get too emotional and crazy about this, and I have in the past. I'm not going to tonight. I leave it to my fellow councilors to make the decision, and if you vote it up, great. If you vote it down, we move on. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you. No matter how you vote, I always know that you're thinking with the best interests of Middletown, or whether I disagree with you, it's fine. So thank you very much.
Council Flynn.
Thank you. And, Council Lombardi, there's nothing wrong with trying to help out our year-round residents. I think all of us do that because we're sitting in these chairs. You want some reasons why we should not do this? I gave you about 6 at our last meeting, and I'm going to go through it again with a little embellishment since you asked. So, the council has received some input, a couple letters, 2-3 letters, some input from Mr. Silva, and, in support of Homestead. I welcome the input. I think it's great. But it's our job to fully vet the proposals put in front of us. And we do that to help our citizens. People hear about Homestead and instantly they think it's great. And they hear stories of how well it's worked here or there. And that's part of, Mr. Silva said, he didn't get into the details, but this is a great thing. Well, the devil is actually in the details. Last time, we talked about transparency and it being simple to understand, sound policy, sound tax policy, which is what this council is charged to providing for their residents. So comparing the details. So Florida, for example, they give a set dollar amount, $50,000 off your assessment every year. And people can count on it. They can calculate. I recently found out that to administer it, Florida has an entire enforcement division because the qualifications have to be checked and rechecked as, the population changes, people, pass on, sales are made, et cetera. So Providence, I talked about Florida, Providence at one time, they had a 50% off the assessment, 50%. Now that would definitely make a difference to a taxpayer. That's going to help them stay in their home. But this particular proposal, it's an exemption of up to 20%, and it could be 0%. So many people don't realize that with a homestead exemption, they're also subsidizing their own exemption. For instance, you might get a 10% exemption, and with all the complicated calculations and the mill rate adjustments, it's actually a 7% exemption. So, part of what has been proposed here is that if Middletown isn't willing to set the amount that really will make a difference, it's better to look someplace else and for another tax relief mechanism. So, to summarize some of the facts, people don't understand how this works or how to calculate it. It's too complicated to be explained. And, as we learned even at our last meeting, Councilor Lombardi, you don't know those calculations, and there's other ways to do the same thing that are much simpler. I will let Councilor Toronto talk after about some of the interviews that we've had, which were quite enlightening with the homestead. We're doing our homework too. We want something to work for our residents. All of us do. But this one just does not pass the mustard. So the fact that it's hard to explain and understand, because the exemption is flexible and it can be none, it's really essentially no exemption at all in some scenarios. We're supposed to set tax policy. The Rhode Island Public Expenditure Council has summarized that homestead exemptions are not sound tax policy. Again, not simple, not transparent, not predictable. And it doesn't focus on the ones that need it, the ones that are on the brink of being forced out of their homes. There's other ways that should be explored, not just to go to something that, the homestead exemption, people like it also because they see exemption on their bill and it's like, getting a coupon. They've saved some money, but it isn't all that it's cracked up to be. So, I'm going to leave it there. I just think that more evidence has been presented to oppose the homestead exemption for Middletown than to support it. I'll pass this on back to you, Mr. President.
Anyone else that can make any comments? Councilor Toronto.
Thank you. We did actually reach out to Rick. We reached out to Narragansett and we reached out to Providence and talked to Sean, got us contacts there for the town, the tax assessor. And we wanted to just understand the programs in those towns. And one of the emphasis I've been trying to make, and I'm all about tax reform, and homestead is a vehicle that we looked at, but our charter was to find a way to make, do something about these reassessments that are going on. Because, if we give someone a 10% homestead and their their property goes up 15, 20%, they're still going to get a tax increase of 5 to 10%. And 3 years later, when it goes up another 10 or 15%, you've already used up the 10%. So now you're going up 15. So it's a temporary relief. It's good. One of the Narragansett, what was said to us was that it's a real good political move. He says, because people, they say, they want something to be recognized for being a full-time resident in their town. And that's for sure. And I would like to give them something too. But I don't think that is going to fix the situation we're having with these escalating assessed values, okay, which is something I chaired and wanted to pass up through RIPEC. We went through RIPEC, and I would have loved for us to put it up and let the voters decide, but this council decided not to do that. We could have accepted those changes and let the people decide whether that would have been a good tax methodology that actually RIPEC said would work. But we didn't do it. Now we're trying to get this so that they can use it. We don't have any idea how we're going to use it. And I just don't think that's good use of the state's time to get something on there that they have to go and hear. And when they say, well, is this what they're going to implement? We're going to say, no, we're not sure what they're going to implement. These are guidelines.
This ordinance doesn't need the legislation.
Right. But I'm just saying we don't have any guidelines of how we're going to use it today. We want to send it up there. This council is not going to use it. And it's going to be something left to other folks. And I just believe that if the other council decides it's something that they want to do, they can send it up, maybe with more details exactly how we're going to do it.
It doesn't have to go up.
Okay. All right. And again, we looked at the RIPEC, and I know there are people concerned about renters and low, people who live in our town. And, it says right in here that renters will bear the burden of this property tax and where they live, and typically lower income residents will be affected by this. Okay. And that's not acceptable. That was part of the reason why we didn't accept the last tax reform we asked for, because it had that, we were told it may have that effect. But I don't know how that would have happened if everyone was just paying 2%. I don't see how that would be, but that was what was said as an assumption. So that's just a couple of reasons, and I just can't, I'm a fan of it. I've even running numbers to say, you know, if you went in and someone had an average home of 500,000 and we left the current system in place and we did no home exemption, and let's say it was a 20% tax increase and a 2% mill rate, just went through it, the numbers get a little complicated, but they could pay up to $77,000 in taxes over a 10-year period. You do the homestead and you do that same calculation, it comes out to about 71. So over 10 years, they're going to save $6,000. And that's what they kind of told us at Narragansett. It was like $600. It wasn't, and a lot of the people didn't even need it. They said, but they all came in. It went from 2,500 people taking advantage of it to 3,000. We got to be ready for that. If that's something we've got to do, we've got to understand it. We had put a little curve in there in regards to affecting the assessed value and gave them a homestead, they would have saved about $18,000. Okay, those numbers, I think I could ask people about the RIPEC document that we proposed. I'm not sure everyone really has an understanding of how it works. So with that being said, I proposed at the last meeting, and I'll propose it again, that we create a special meeting specific to homestead and let people come in and talk it out and really vet it out before we send it to the state. That's what I'd like to see happen. Because there are a lot of pieces to this, a lot of pieces that need to be understood and how it's going to affect our community. One other thing they also said that was very interesting was it created division in their town. It said that people started becoming residents and non-residents. And they were kind of, he said you could see it in the community. I didn't think that was good. I didn't think it was good that RIPEC broke out, and when we were looking at our tax reform, broke our town up in 28 neighborhoods and pitted us against each other. So this it just doesn't pass the test, as Terry said. I definitely want to find a way to use this because I think that the long-term residents need, they would like to be recognized for that. But maybe it's not to this extreme, and maybe it's in a combination of something else. But I'd like to see a special meeting called specifically for homestead and tax reform, and see if we can find out if it's a combination of things. So at this point, I'm really having a hard time supporting it, but I do want it.
Okay, any other comments?
I do. Hey, Sean, I was trying to go through my emails. I read the email that I had the last time this was before us because I was concerned about who's paying for this. This is not free. The town isn't going, here you go, and we all want to give tax relief, every single one of us. It's just, how do we agree on getting there? Does it have some merit? Sure it does. Does it have some cons to it? Absolutely. So my phone, I got an email from Cox saying I was capacity. So I started deleting emails, and I think I deleted that email I was looking for, because you had it broken down very nicely last time on the mill rates, how much the mill rate was going up for a resident and a non-resident. And Mr. Bagwell, I just want to clarify something, Sean. Last time I said that, based on the email that I had from you, that the mill rate would go up for businesses because somebody's going to pay for this. The cost is going to be deferred to either non-residents, to residents somewhat, and to businesses. And I would like to explain, I would explain it myself, but like I did last time, but I deleted that email. I'd like you to explain, if you could, exactly the numbers, because I know when we make decisions based on numbers and what long-term decisions, what's best for the town and what's best for our residents. And is it sustainable? And is it predictable? And I think those are things that we make decisions based off of. Look at you, Wendy. All right. Thank you. So Yes, this is it. So you could probably explain it better than I can. I do have it here in front of me.
I'm just curious, which email is it?
It's dated, or I can explain it. It's dated June 11th at 8:09 PM. You fired this off at.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Because I think it's important that we can all have our opinions about how we feel about it. To me, at the end of the day, the numbers are going to tell the tale.
So in summary, again, I think just to get back to what a homestead exemption is if you are a resident of the community, you're a year-round resident, you would receive some amount or some exemption against the assessment of your taxes. And in the legislation that's proposed, that amount would be between 0 and 20% of the value of the property. That's a value that would be set by the town council every 3 years, I believe, right? Every 3 years. And it would also be set in a year in which there's a revaluation. And that's important, or an important feature of what was proposed, because what that allows you to do in that year is not only can you set the exemption amount, but you can also change the split between the residential and commercial tax rate. There's been a lot of discussion concerned about how it could impact businesses, but you would have the ability to reset that split that was established by the town council probably back in 2003. In general, when the residents who live in town year round get the exemption, the people that would pay for the homestead exemption or pay more would be the non-residents as well as the commercial entities. So those are the people that are paying for the exemption that's being provided. You're shifting the tax burden to those two taxpayers. So when we looked at the model, we used 2018 data. There's 6,161 property accounts that were in the model. 5,699 of those are residential properties, 462 are commercial properties. And when we looked at how many of the residential properties were owner occupied, we estimated that it was roughly 3,829. And the way we came up with that number is we basically matched the address of the property to the billing address. So if the house at 71 Pequot Lane owned by Sean Brown has a billing address in Brockton, Massachusetts, we're assuming that Sean Brown lives in Brockton, Massachusetts. If the bill goes to 71 Pequot Lane, then we assumed it was owner occupied for running the model. And I guess the next part of this, and this is where it varies, the council can adopt an exemption between 0 and 20% to exempt. And that would be a decision, as discussed tonight, would be made in a future period. So it doesn't necessarily lower the tax rate, it lowers the assessment. That exemption would be applied to the account. Just looking for one of the tables. Sorry, my folder's a little bit disorganized this evening. When we ran the model and I'll use so again, this is using 2018 data that was used when we were looking at the proposal from the Tax Exploration Committee. If we looked at a house with a $400,000 valuation, if there was no homestead, that home would pay $5,456 for their taxes. And with a 5% homestead, that dollar amount would increase to $5,304. At the same time, if I lived in that house and I did not and was not eligible for the homestead, where I was paying a tax of $5,456, it would increase to $5,584. On the commercial side, the commercial taxpayer with a $400,000 valuation who was paying $7,223, it would increase to $7,392. So what you're sort of seeing is that in the end, as you run through the model with a 5% homestead, me as a resident who resides in my house in the town of Middletown, I would see a 2.8% reduction in my taxes. If I was a resident, if I owned a property and I wasn't a resident of the town, I would see my taxes go up 2.35%, and the commercial entity would see their taxes go up by 2.35%. So that's the shift that takes place.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, I know I read Mr. Bagwell's letter, and, after I made that similar presentation with the numbers at the last time we addressed the homestead, it's going to go up. Businesses are going to go up. Now, we just talked about how we're trying to help businesses. And on the flip side of this is going to affect businesses when we don't know where things are going to land. Now, I know it's for a council down the road. I get that. And I want to support this thing so bad, but I struggle with the numbers because politically, would it be smart for me to do that? Sure, it would. We don't make decisions based on am I going to get elected next time? I make decisions based upon, and I'm not saying that's what anybody's doing here. I'm saying we make decisions based on numbers and what makes sense for the town. It's almost like when an item goes on sale, I'm going to jack up the price, the mill rate, and then I'm going to put it on sale. That's exactly what's happening here. I don't know if that's a good analogy or not, but that's what I see happening. And there's got to be a better way we can give relief. I want to support you, Rick, and I want to support this because in theory, it's a good idea. The numbers don't make sense to me. To jack up businesses, to jack up the mill rate and then go, oh, by the way, well, it's going to end up being a 7% increase, not really a 20. And oh, by the way, the next assessment, it's 0. So now you went from this rate to a lot more, which you didn't predict or you didn't plan. It's all about planning and sustainability. And yes, am I going to get a coupon? And is it going to be a good coupon this time? But next time, it's not a clipless coupon. I'm getting whacked. So I just think there's got to be a better way to do this. That 308,000 at 20% is going to come from somewhere. It's not free. The town isn't saying, here we go. We're going to give this to everybody. It's not, I wish we could. We can't. Somebody's paying for it. And I'm a full-time resident. I want the break, but I want it to be right, done right, and make sense and be predictable and not jack up the price and then put it on sale. Give you a discount.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you. Again, just going back to the point of vetting this out, he just said 5% what the impact would be. If we went 20%, it'd be quite a bit higher for the other non-residents and commercial. But one of the things that we found interesting was in our conversations when we were talking with Narragansett, and I've got other points here that need to be taken into consideration. But one of his concerns is they're right in a reevaluation right now. And they think some of their properties in their towns are going to go up 20% in residential. And not residential. That's full-time and part-time. But one of their concerns is that they feel because of the virus, that commercial could be going down 10%. Now, what's that do to the calculation? I don't know, we got to run the numbers, but those are the types of things that we have to consider. Because there's going to be a down, because of the commercial and people aren't, more people working from home, there could be a downturn in the commercial business, in commercial real estate. And so that could have definitely a big impact on this, because if they're not going to be able to fulfill their side of this exemption, then it's going to swing over to the non-residents again. And they're going to have a bigger hit. Those are the numbers that need to be calculated. And again, I think this, as Paul just said, be great to vote this in, be great politically. People will be excited. I got neighbors like, let's do it. But I've got to I need to work it through and understand how we're going to use it, and what the impact's going to be financially to the town and to the residents. And then if we figure that out, then let's send it up to the state and get it approved. So when it comes back, we use it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just have one more comment. And again, my heart wants to support this, but you know, when we had RIPEC here saying, we had three models that Dennis and his exploration committee and Mr. Viveris had proposed. And they said, this is not good, this one's not good, this one could work, C. And I didn't support that because I didn't think it was sound at the time, sound enough. Now they're telling us that their opinion is that this is not good policy, not good tax policy. So we either listen to the experts or we don't listen to the experts, and that's up for each one of his opinion. But I'm gonna typically side with. I'm not an expert. I think I might be sometimes, but or in my own mind. But in this particular issue, I mean, I'm gonna stay with my gut and listen to them and say it's not good sound tax policy and reform based upon their opinion and based upon these numbers going up. You know, the mill rate will go up 32 cents at 5%, 67 cents at 10%, $1.41 at 20%. Businesses will go up 42 cents at 5%, 89 cents at 10%, $1.87 at 20%. That's significant. The timing of it for me is, as I said last time, it's very difficult for me to support it, even though I want to, based on the time and then too many unknowns economically at this point in time. Thank you, sir.
One last comment.
Councilman Body.
Mr. Brown, the last time we talked about this, you opined on the RIPEC letter. Do you mind kind of expounding on that a little bit and what your take was on their opinion, and just to refresh everyone's memory regarding?
I mean, I think the letter speaks for itself. I don't think I need to do that again. I think generally RIPEC, you know, whether it's this proposal or the one that Councilor Toronto brought forward, is not in favor of the property tax systems. I think they look for communities to reduce spending or to spend smarter, to develop fees instead of taxes. And I think in the end that they are always going to recommend they're not going to support programs related to property tax. I think the thing from the letter, I guess in summary of what I talked about and my observation about it is, and I think it's consistent. This is part of the Rhode Island system of taxation. It's part of the statutes of the state of Rhode Island. It doesn't require any action from the General Assembly to make this change to our town's ordinances. That's been discussed a little bit tonight, that it has to go back up to the state. It has been approved by the General Assembly. And when you read the RIPEC letter, you know, it does make it starts out with the caveat that this is a policy that a town like the town of Middletown would consider. And then they go through their standard laundry list of reasons why you may not want to adopt it. Again, the bottom line is it's a homestead exemption. The policy behind a homestead exemption is to give residents of the community a break or an incentive for living in the community year round and maintaining a residence there. And that's the purpose of it. So, and I, you know, just having been through, this is the second round of what we call tax reform. all of these things that we're talking about just shuffle the decks around the Titanic, for lack of a better description. Senior exemptions, you move it to the young people. Veterans, you move it to the non-veterans. If we're going to move it from under the lax tax proposal, you move it from properties that appreciate in value very quickly to properties that don't appreciate the property, differently. And now this is one where you're shifting burden from the people that live here in the community year round to people who don't. They're all going to have that feature that someone's going to pay more or less. So again, I think not to be disrespectful, to not read the letter. The letter says that this is not unusual for a town like Middletown to consider because we have a lot of seconds homes and vacation homes. And then they go through the laundry list of why it's bad tax policy, because all taxes are bad. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Mrs. Santos. Got it.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Von Villas.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I didn't hear about it.
My turn?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I love the idea of the homestead exemption. I am concerned about where the money is going to be, who's going to pay. And I am more concerned about the commercial rate increasing. I could support this totally if it were if there was a means test attached to it. I don't think we should give a gift to anybody at the expense of anybody else. But if there was a means test, I believe in helping our residents that need help. I'm a homestead person. I own my house. I'm not rich, but I don't need the money. I can pay my bills. But there are people out there who cannot afford to do it. And if there were a means test attached to this, I could support it 100%.
Councilor Santos.
Down the road, of course, there's going to be new councils. And down the road, if they don't like this, can this ordinance be changed?
Yes.
It can be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Just one more comment. Oh, sorry.
Councilor Tron.
This is actually the letter from RIPEC. Now, this homestead, it's one paragraph, one or two paragraphs, okay? The last homestead that we were trying to pass had about 52 pages. So I would just say that's how much research RIPEC put into this, okay? And they haven't put much because they blatantly say it's not, it says it. We are mindful of the forces that lead municipalities to consider and adopt a homestead exemption.
Can't hear you.
And that these forces may be stronger in Middletown with a large number of second homes. However, RIPEC general view is that homestead exemptions are inconsistent with certain principles of sound property tax policy. Specifically, under a homestead exemption system, property owners who may use more local services such as education pay less in taxes than similarly situated non-owner occupied homeowners. Also, renters who essentially bear the burden of the property tax where they live are typically lower income homeowners. Says it. So all I'm saying is we need to go, if we are going to use this, let's really vet it out and make sure it's hitting the mark for what we want to get out of it. And it's not, what are the other issues that when we talked to Newport, to Narragansett, was eventually, they did a whole recertification. They said they had thousands of people going out the door, where they actually had to change it after like 2 or 3 years to not police it, because they couldn't police it anymore. So now they're coming up with other alternatives to how we're going to police if someone sends the mail, the bill here and there. So everyone had a different way of administering this. So there's no consistency. So again, as much as I want to vote for this, I think we really have more homework to do to determine what's the best way to use this in Middletown. That's all.
Vice President.
Thank you.
Just one last point, whether you feel it's relevant or not. With the businesses and the increases I see here potentially based upon the percentage, if it did pass, whether it's 5, 10, or 20% relief, Again, for me, it's just the timing of it. I know it's going to be a council down the road. Let that council make that decision at the time, dependent upon the business climate or the economic climate. Because as everyone knows, our tax rate is split. So the more we impose upon business, the ones that survive this will be able to pass it along. I get that, Pop. But the ones that don't survive, especially if this continues and nobody has a crystal ball, right? This continues, then they don't survive. What happens then? Then the burden shifted back to the residents, whether you live here or whether you don't live here. So, and that's the unpredictability of piece that I struggle with. So, is that a stretch? Maybe, but maybe not. So that's kind of just wanted to add that piece in there.
Council Lombardi.
So should we pass this tonight? This does not obligate anything other than the fact that you have an ordinance on the books that will allow a future council to use. That said, the future council can also, if they feel that there needs to be a means test or an income, sort of like we do with the senior exemptions, it's income tested. You can put that in. I think what you have, so you have the foundation of an ordinance here. Can it be amended by a future council? Absolutely. Can an income test or a means test be put in this based on a table like we have with the senior exemptions? Absolutely. So with that said, I mean, it's a foundation for future councils to use. It's not a mandate. It is not by no means a mandate. It is just an opportunity for a future council to say, look, we've got this on the books. Maybe we should try to use it. Let's come up with an income or a means test and move it forward. So, I mean, you've got that. The framework here is basically what you've got. So, thank you.
Council Flynn.
I just want to respond to, that it sounds benign, but the bottom line is that it doesn't meet the test for sound tax policy, period. It is not transparent. It's not simple. It's not predictable. It's not a good mechanism for long-term for Middletown residents, in my opinion. So although that sounds great and benign, I think, I think it needs to be much further vetted to make sure that it's going to work for the profile of our town. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, I just want to make a couple comments myself. A fair conclusion is our current tax methodology isn't really what we want, doesn't really work for us. Has worked up until now, but there's a lot of room to tweak it so that it acts as an incentive, like through the homestead, to bring young families into our town. And I see it as homestead being exactly that, bringing young families into our town and also having something that takes care of the elderly and the most needy. Is it perfect? No. Has our system been perfect? No. Does it need to be financially supported with additional revenue if we go to the homestead? Absolutely. Because if we don't support it and we pass our tax breaks, we're going to start going in the opposite direction. To that, I say, have we been appropriately taxing properties throughout Middletown? How many businesses do we have that are working out of residence that aren't being taxed appropriately? Should there be some changes to our tax methods of properties that generate income? I think that's room for discussion down the road too, because I think that's what backfills the revenue that's going to be lost by this. I don't want to support anything that's going to hurt our town. I want to support something that's going to help our town. But if one thing tonight, after the multiple conversations that I've heard, my fellow counselors, is that this needs to be vetted some more. It certainly does. I think we need to maybe have some public hearings down the road and vet this. But I am a believer in homestead exemption. I believe that we could reach a fair and equitable tax methodology with the homestead. I believe we can do it. But to do that, we have to make sure part of it is backfilling the lost revenue, because we have to backfill that lost revenue. It's certainly not a moneymaker, but it can be, because homestead can be. People relocate to areas that have homestead. And I could see that happening here if we had the homestead, that people would look at us and maybe one of our neighboring communities and say, where do I want to live? If I go to Middletown, I like the quality of life, I like everything there, plus they have a homestead. I probably lean towards coming to Middletown because of the homestead. I also look at it and say to myself, you know, if we can establish a system that is equitable, then that's what we ought to be striving for. But equitable has to be for everybody. And I think one of the biggest issues that have come up is the inflation of value on homes in certain areas in town compared to other areas in town. And I think that has been the issue. And I can see people that don't live here, that pay high taxes on expensive homes, second homes, saying it's not fair that the people living next door to me, because they live there and they're full-time residents, pay less taxes. I can see them saying it. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily. Because as far as I'm concerned, you know what it is when you buy in there. The second home, you know what it is when you buy in there. So I even had communication sent to me, and I'm probably some of my other counselors, they wanted this council to make a motion to allow non-residents to run for the town council. So that's a true email. I mean, I'm sure some of you got the same email that I received. And they wanted to be fairly represented, even though they weren't a resident here. That's an honest email. So tonight, I think we need to vote on this. I think we should be looking at continuing this conversation down the road. I think we ought to maybe have some public hearings on it. I think there are better ways for us to tax our residents, and I say our permanent residents. I think there's better ways for us to generate some additional revenue so that we can help the elderly and the most needy, give the tax breaks that we want to give to the homesteaders, the young families. And I look at young families as being needy. You know, I mean, a young family just starting out in life, they want to buy their first home, they're excited. You know, where am I going to live? Oh, Middletown's got a homestead. That's got to be a trigger. It's got to be an economic incentive if you wanted to come here, along with the quality of life and other values that our town has and possesses. So I think we should, I think tonight, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I certainly don't. I think we ought to move this down the road. I'd like to see us have some public hearings on this down the road. So that's where I am with it. Okay? So, Councilor Lombardi.
I'm going to move that we continue this for one public workshop. and
Okay,
set a date.
we have a, first of all, you can do that motion after. We have a motion right now that's been seconded to adopt this ordinance on the second reading. If you want to make a motion after that, that's fine. Okay? So we have a motion and it's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor to adopt this on its second reading signify by saying aye. Those in opposition? Opposed? Opposed. What do you have for a count, Madam Clerk?
I have 2 yeses and 5 noes.
Okay, so Council Lombardi, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we take this ordinance as written, that we have one public workshop to be scheduled as soon as possible so that we can come up with something that's equitable and fair, maybe a means tested type of an ordinance, but I'd like to have one public workshop and then see what we come up with. And I would be very happy to reintroduce it after that.
Similar to what Councilor Toronto suggested. Is that in line with what your
It
suggestion?
is, but I want to make sure that we can meet in like the school where people can come in and voice. So I don't see this happening immediately.
I agree with you.
right?
I agree with
think
you.
it
We
should be
should-
something that when we're
It should be in a venue
when
where
we're
people
beyond
can come.
this, you know, where the environment we're in and people can come in and businesses can come in and residents can come in and people can voice their opinion.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we can have a
You could have it,
open,
you could have it
open
at
forum.
Gaudet under the present regulations, because you could social distance people well enough in there. I mean,
We can plan that.
yeah,
We can plan
Yeah,
that.
we
We
can
can
certainly
plan,
do that.
put it at a venue so people can be in attendance and show up.
Sure,
Okay? But that's kind of in line with what you had mentioned earlier.
definitely.
So do I get a second out of you?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, it's me second.
Well,
Council Flynn.
question on the motion. So the motion was made, as soon as possible, and I think what Councilor Toronto.
We understand that.
Okay, because
We got that.
I think that the environment with the commercial piece and with us not really knowing what our economics are going to do, it may not be as soon as possible. That piece of the motion, I think, may not be appropriate. Maybe we,
Well, as soon as possible could mean the end of August. Could
or
mean
after the
December.
summer, when people are paying
Could mean-
attention and
could mean
we'll go,
September, October.
the dust
Okay.
has cleared.
I think this, as soon as possible, definition of, meaning what to whom. Okay, we have a motion, it's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
All in favor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 26. An ordinance of the town of Middletown. This is a second reading. An ordinance and amendment to the town code titled 11, Business Regulations, Chapter 113, Food Service. See attached ordinance.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion, it's been second to adopt.
Comment?
Conversation. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our conversations on this particular ordinance have revolved around, making sure that we're not telling somebody that they're going to be out of business. It's the numbers of the permits have been one of the key conversations, if you recall. And the current ordinance allows 10 mobile food establishment trucks and 7 mobile food establishment carts and unlimited mass gathering or mobile food establishment event permits per year. So the town clerk clarified that the permit numbers in Middletown last year reflected 15 trucks, which is 5 more than the ordinance, and 11 carts, which is 4 more than the ordinance allows. However, the clerk did break out from those numbers the mass gathering or event permits. So the actual numbers fall to 9 trucks and 4 carts that were permitted in Middletown last year. And this is below the current ordinance allowable permits for trucks and carts. So the numbers in the ordinance actually do seem sufficient, if I got that all right, thank you, Mr. Solicitor and Town Clerk, to assure that the ordinance will not put anyone out of business. That's what I wanted to report. So long as they get their application in before the limit's been reached. But I do want to add a couple of things, however, because COVID-19 continues and it's like being on a loose gravel walkway. Things move under our feet constantly. And there's just 2 points I'd like to make very quickly. So one of them is with COVID-19, we might find in the end game that restaurants may desire or need to institute a food truck supplement to their business in order to control contagion. That might be how business looks in the future. Like I've said before, I don't know how long restaurants can function, with the current margins, and the industry may be forced to go into that direction a little bit. And this ordinance, as written, would hamper that. And I hope the council would review the numbers, as we see what the future brings. The second item is on tonight's agenda, item number 30, is a discussion of canceling the beach vendor contract at the vendor's request. And due to COVID-19, and if the council's discussion is going to be, do we want to replace that vendor or that offering at the beach? And will food trucks have a niche there? And will that impact the numbers of this ordinance before we put it to bed?
Okay. All right. Was that a motion? Or was that just your
That was
thoughts?
a comment and a question. The comment was.
I heard the comments. I heard the
Okay.
comments.
The question was, would those truck and cart numbers be impacted by what we do on item number 30 of this agenda with the beach concessions?
If I might respond to that, Mr. President, I think what we,
Mr. Solicitor.
the most recent draft, which is number 3, tried to take that into account, not specifically with regard to the existing contract, but knowing from the recommendations of the beach subcommittee that there was thought of trying to look at possibly doing something different with concession operations down the road. So we did sort of try to take that into account and make sure that there would be enough licenses and permits available if that was a direction the council decided to go to in the future. And the other thing I'll add is it's important to get this on the books, and like any ordinance, the council does have the ability to change it, to expand the number of licenses, to reduce the number of licenses based on experience going down the road. So I think this is a good compromise between the various positions that have been discussed on this issue over the last several months. I think it is extremely important to get something on the books, because if nothing's on the books, then basically you're putting everybody out of business at this point. So getting something on the books allows there to be some reasonable opportunity for the people that are engaged in this sort of business.
Okay, thank you. Any other further conversation?
Yes. So I broke out my beach subcommittee presentation from 3 years ago.
Yep.
And under further discussion points, to your point, Mr. Solicitor, number 3, food truck / separate contract at the time, because we talked about, with all the hearings we had, we talked about healthier choices, food choices, stuff like that, which I think is a good idea. I support food trucks for events like that. I do not support food trucks for taking businesses away for a $75 fee or whatever the fee is, versus businesses going to be able to park 750 feet away and being able to take business from establishments that pay thousands of dollars of taxes a year. So I just want to make that clear. But I am all for healthier choices, and it's a separate issue with the beach. Food trucks, type of events, and a bidding process. Maybe this year might be a little bit different because where we're at, but going forward, that's where I'm at with it.
Okay. Councilor Labarge.
So, yeah, I'm going to support the ordinance as written, and I agree that maybe this may be a perfect opportunity to open the door for some better choices down at the beach, and maybe utilizing the concession space for something that's more productive than fried food. If you get where I'm going, I think you get better choices.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. And, they just make sense, and as far as, the $75 fee and where they can operate, where they can't operate, the Enterprise Center and the corporate park, I fail to see where someone who works at, here in the Enterprise Center in one of the offices and can't get away from his desk or her desk and wants to run down to the food truck and get a burger and a Coke or a coffee is going to hurt somebody who's 1.5 miles away, 2 miles away, who's serving pub food too. So I just don't understand it. The people who work in those parks will tell you that they don't like leaving their desks for a long time. They would prefer to run out, pick up something, and run back to their desk because they have meetings, they have to work, as opposed to somebody who can take a long lunch and maybe go, down to the Atlantic Beach District or, over to another place and get a full lunch and take more time. Sometimes those people are eating on the run. So I just, it's buttonholed into two spots, the Enterprise Center and the Corporate Park, and the beach if they can make the bid. And then you have special events where they can get a one event permit, which makes all the sense in the world. So I think for the third iteration of this, the concessions and some give and take was given here. And again, nobody wants to put anybody out of business. I kind of felt for that guy that's been in the Enterprise Center, so I'm going to support this as written. Nothing's perfect about it. Like any other piece of legislation or whatever we pass, there's some bumps and, chinks in the armor. But again, like any other ordinance, as we said earlier, if the council wants to go down the road later and tweak it, you can tweak it, you can fix it, you can make it better, you can take it away. So I'm going to support it.
Any other comments?
I just have one question. I'm looking at the fine if they say they go and they have an event, they go within 500 feet of a restaurant. Who's going to enforce this?
Somebody would have to call the building officials or the police.
Okay, so someone's going to, we don't know that yet. Who's going to enforce it?
Well, if somebody makes a complaint,
I
Mr.
would think the
Solicitor-
restaurant that's within 500 feet might be the one that gives us the call. Right. In the event that a truck is violating those provisions.
But who do they call was the question.
They'll typically call the police.
Police.
Okay. And they would write them a ticket. And then they would have to go to the judge. And it says that the maximum penalty is $1,000.
Mhm.
That's steep enough?
That's the most we can charge in municipal.
That's the
court.
most? You can hit them with a penalty?
Municipal court, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you for answering my question.
You thinking of buying a truck? You thinking of buying a
Don't be
truck?
screwing us around.
Okay, any other questions? Any other conversation? Okay, I'm going to take the same position I've taken on this. I'm not in favor of this. I don't think we should, for $75, jeopardize the well-being of our business people that are struggling. We talked about a businessman and his wife struggling tonight, trying to keep a business together that they probably put their life savings and hard work into, that we're trying to help them out. I think they're not the only ones. I think there's a lot of businesses in town right now that are struggling to get by. They're just making it. And I think this is wrong for us to allow people to come in with trucks and take away the opportunity for them to do business. The brick and mortar people are the people that we go right back to taxes. We go back to everything. They're the people that are paying taxes. They're supporting the town. They've put their businesses in our town, in our community. They're not fly-by-nighters. They're not coming in here and, parking in a parking lot, selling their wares and then leaving. They're here, they set up, and they're here to stay. And hopefully, I think we have to do our best to help them stay. And I don't think this helps them. I don't think this helps them at all. So I'm not going to support it. But we have a motion.
Comment.
Councilor Flynn.
I would just like to respond briefly to that and remind everyone, I would charge them more also, but that's state mandated, that $75. Is that
State
true?
law.
So there's nothing we can do about the fee.
Nothing.
I would charge them more also. We can't do it right now. So that's a state
can't.
level legislation. But honestly, Mr. President, the food truck business is a business. They also work hard and they also help our economy. So
All right. Let me guess how we're gonna vote, you and I. Opposite on this. I just see business people here that are struggling to stay open. That
We all are.
Struggling.
I know.
They're struggling to stay open. And I don't think it's right for them to look out and 800 feet down the street, there's a food truck parked that's taking businesses away from them that they may or may not have. I just don't think it's right. So we have a motion, it's been seconded. All those in favor of adopting this ordinance on a second reading signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Madam Clerk.
We have 2 noes and 5 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay. Item number 27, an ordinance of the town of Middletown. This is the first reading. An ordinance and amendment to the town code, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 36, Fee Schedule, Section F, Police Department, Subsection 7, Firearm Purchase Application Fee, see attached ordinance.
Motion to receive said ordinance in its first reading.
Second.
That motion has been seconded to receive. Conversation. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 28, memorandum from Council Flynn with enclosures, beach update.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Have a motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Council Flynn.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this right over to Mr. Brown to review again what the proposal was for beach opening and update the council and the public on how it's going and what he's found best practices are, because people have been asking. And so, Mr. Brown, turn it over to you.
Sure. So there's a presentation that you should have received copies of.
Yep.
So what I've done is gone through and updated the beach operating plan or annotated changes on the beach operating plan through June 30th. On the next slide, Nate. The first area I just wanted to talk about was the campground. We did in fact open the campground on June 12th. And as of right now, we are renting 24 seasonal spaces for the season, all on a seasonal basis. And there doesn't appear to be really any issues with the operations of the campground at this time. The next slide is to go through the moorings program. Seasonal moorings are operating normally. We do have plenty of boats out there. There are 54 seasonal moorings. Right now, 52 of them are rented, and the police department is in the process of assigning the 2 available moorings to someone off of the list. We have set aside parking spaces for mooring patrons while they're using their moorings. The parking lot attendant will question someone if they're coming in for that reason. And the reason we do that is so that we don't count those cars against patrons on the beach, so that we can get more people, Middletown residents, to the beach itself. When we talked in early June, we talked about not using the transient mooring program. We currently have 11 transient moorings. We did this past weekend with the harbor master open the transient moorings up. We didn't see a reason not to do that. So I don't have any information if we rented any, but they are available. And we are looking at an online reservation system to manage reservations for those. We've also opened up the transient moorings to residents if they want to rent a transient mooring for the entire year. The fee for that would be $1,200. And I don't have any information tonight on whether anyone has taken advantage of that, but it is available. The kayak program, kayak rental space is basically being operated for residents. And as of right now, 58 out of the 60 spaces are rented out. So there are 2 available spaces. Second Beach. So there have been some changes to Second Beach since we spoke in June. The first has to do with the lots that we're operating. We did this past weekend open up Triangle A. We have 25 spaces available in Triangle A, and those are available to the general public. So that is an expansion of the number of spaces that we're operating. And like the other lots, those spots are available on a first come, first served basis. This past weekend, the plovers are hatched and running around, so we were able to open up a 9th lifeguard chair. So we have one additional lifeguard chair on the main beach of Second Beach. So that's an increase in life safety that we're providing. We have not opened up the restrooms at the main pavilion. And one of the things that we've been looking at with the news that comes out of the southern states is that concern that common facilities like the pavilion are the sources of COVID spread down in those areas. So that's something that could talk to the Department of Health about, whether or not we would continue to operate with the additional, the large number of porta potties, or if in fact we would open up the concession building. Our bathrooms themselves are very small. Each bathroom is between 1,000 and 1,400 square feet. You do have to follow social distancing in them, as well as have the aggressive cleaning schedule. So they would be a lot of work to open and maintain. And again, what they're finding down south is it's buildings like this that are the cause of concern when it comes to COVID. We have implemented carry in, carry out garbage, trash at Second Beach, and that has been a little bit bumpy. People, and it's interesting. So we've talked a lot about litter and trash. Litter and trash has been a problem throughout the entire community over the past several months. And I think that's just a lot because people are picking up food, eating in their cars, and throwing wrappers and things out on the road. So Public Works has been spending a significant amount of time doing trash work, and that behavior seems to also be down at the beach. We are making a change to the crew schedule so that there is coverage on the property for trash between 4 and 8 p.m. And I believe that will help the situation. Lastly, the food concession at the Second Beach Pavilion will not open. That's an item next on the docket that we'll be talking about. Flat Waves and Dell's Lemonade have been operating at Surfer's End, and the surf concession has not opened for this season, and that's a matter that I need to pursue further with the concessionaire. At Third Beach, we basically have the town beach and we have the boat ramp parking lot open. We have set aside spots for residents towing boats, so those slots are available. We have 2 lifeguards set up at on the beach. One is near the boat ramp, and we actually moved the other one closer down to the town beach lot. The town beach lot has actually become the more popular lot to park in between the 2 areas at Third Beach. So that's sort of a shift in resident behavior. Again, we have portable toilets on both sides, both at Town Beach and the boat ramp. And at that location, the Dell's Lemonade truck has been operating. But again, the equipment rental concessionaire is not open for the season. And just like with Second Beach, I need to follow up on that. On the next slide, it just shows the changes in parking capacity. This is the base parking capacity that we operate under. So you'll see the addition of Second Beach Triangle A. We have 25 spots for the general public at that location. And you'll also see that we increase the number of slots or spaces at the Third Beach Town Beach lot. We increased that from 40 to 55. So total resident slots now, we've increased from 375 people to 390. For the general public, we've increased from 200 to 225 for a new total of 615. We do monitor the tides every day. So like this past weekend, we increased the number of spaces for people to get into the lots. And conversely, when the tide is high during the beach day, we would go back to these base numbers. And that seems to have worked well. I get a report each day monitoring the number of people on the beach and the number of cars in the parking lot. And that census is taken at 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 2 o'clock. So we are monitoring that. The beach manager's been making adjustments to make sure we get people onto the beach, but not so many that it's unhealthy. There were some changes to the beach operating schedule when from when we met originally. Probably there was a clarification in the slide. The parking operations go from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and we have lifeguards on duty from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And as I stated earlier, we'll have a late crew to help with the garbage that's left in the parking lots. And we are locking the lot at 9 p.m., although the surfers and boat ramp lots have remained open overnight, which allows people to be there a little bit later as well as early in the morning. As of June 30th, we've sold 2,855 resident stickers. And for non-resident stickers, we've sold 4,170 stickers. So this gives you a good idea of who's visiting the beach during the summer. Right now, I think we're trying to figure out how much longer sticker sales will continue because we're not selling daily passes, they're all seasonal passes. So at the moment, online sales, we've sort of held off on that. I think everybody's aware of the long lines we had originally, and we simply didn't have the resources to process those stickers in a timely manner, given the demand that people had to get on the beach as quickly as they wanted. So right now, online sales have been postponed. And last page, just direct questions to me, sbrown@middletownri.com. You can just see there's a picture from a few weeks back that shows how it's taken from we've flown a drone over 3 weekends just to make sure our spacing of people looks appropriate, not only from the lifeguard stands, but from above. It sort of gives you some insight that people are keeping a distance from one another, and that, I think we're running the beach as safe as we can under the current circumstances. So that's my update.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. It's a great update. Council Flynn, do you have any questions for Mr. Brown?
I do, if that's okay. So who is the beach manager?
Mike McGordy.
Okay. Hadn't got that update yet. Thank you. So the sticker sales, you may not know this off the top of your head. You can get back to me. I was just wondering how they compared to last year before.
We can get that for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And a lot of the emails that I get are enforcement based, playing ball on the beach. I know it's prohibited, but it's fun to do. Alcohol on the beach, drinking, dogs. So I just wanted to know if you had any comments on those issues.
We are doing our best to enforce the rules. We are running PSAs automatically through the day.
Running what? Automatic?
Public service announcements. They are recorded and they are played on a recurring schedule so that people are aware of them. So specifically to dogs, the dog officer works a non-traditional work schedule now. So he is scheduled throughout the week, including the weekends, to visit and address people who bring dogs to the beach. Actually, Councilor Roderick sent me an email about ball playing. You probably all got it, but I just responded to the beach staff to make sure that people are following it. And, as the issues come up, the best thing to do is bring it to my attention or to the beach manager's attention, and we'll address those as they occur.
Okay. I've been asking people to be patient while while things settle down. So thank you for that. I'm also wondering, the parking, are we finding that there are available spaces in the resident lots over by Third Beach and the town lot? You mentioned that the shift seems to be going from the boat ramp lot over to the town lot. I'm just wondering if that leaves spaces available and, did we want to consider if there are a number of spaces that a Quidnick Island resident, I've had people that they used to live in Middletown from here, now they live in Portsmouth or Newport, and they can't go to the beach they've always gone to, which is Third Beach. And so I just was wondering if there's any status on that, or if you see any opening for those that fall into that profile.
So the non-resident spaces fill early. They've filled as early as 8:30 in the morning. Non-resident spaces near capacity, usually around 2 in the afternoon. So there have been days, there have been times when resident spaces are available. I often say to the council president, we have not had a Middletown resident wait in line to get into the beach. And my observation has been that being in the parking lot in the mornings, I've had, I don't know how many residents come up to me and they are thankful that they're actually able to go to the beach and utilize the beach, where in the past that has been a challenge. There is no good mechanism right now to differentiate between an island non-resident and a non-island non-resident because the stickers weren't sold that way. So I'm not sure how you you would unring that bell at this point in time.
I just didn't know if there were a lot of empty spaces in order to, utilize that lot and the beach revenue, which I know we're going to be operating at a deficit. If we wanted to open that door maybe for a Quidnick Island residents to purchase resident stickers.
We didn't sell the stickers in a way that would allow that to happen.
Okay.
Organically. Depending on what's going on, the beach manager has made, the call to fill resident spaces if it appears that non-residents just aren't going to show up at the beach. So if there was going to be, if there's 250 resident spaces and there's only been 150 cars and it's getting towards the end of the day, we have filled those non-resident spaces with the absolute understanding that with that decision that a resident should not show up at the beach and have to wait to get a parking space. So
agreed.
That's how we sort of agreed that we're going to run the program this year, and that's how we've done it.
And the line getting into Second Beach on the weekends, you and I have talked about this before. Has that been more smooth now that it's been reconfigured a number of times, and the way they have it right now for the last few weeks has been worked really well. You can actually navigate through Satchewis Point Road when there's people waiting. It's a lot of work for the police department to keep the line managed, but we're not, from a practice standpoint, we're not backing traffic up to St. George's. It's a totally different operation in that respect. So it's a lot. It runs a lot better, in my opinion, than it has in past years. Great. Let's see. Two more questions. So the staff for the beach, I've had a couple of people concerned about, how is the beach staffed? It's not full capacity from prior years, obviously, because we're running fewer things, or maybe it is. And we started late. I remember there was a concern about starting late and getting staff because you could not interview and whatnot. So, are we fully staffed and, we have the help that we need in all the positions, and we were able to find, qualified, competent people across the board, that type of just input on that?
We're fully staffed.
We are fully staffed, just like every year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where that deficit's going to come in. And no problems finding people having started later or not being able to interview?
No, it's been more of a challenge. I think and this comes back to recommendations that were adopted by the council. I think we'd like to see more senior people, not necessarily seniors, but older people working at the beach, so that it's a more mature working environment. But it seems to be functioning well. The Public Works Department stepped up and stepped in to help train some of the beach crew and to provide some maturity there, which helped out a lot. I think that's made a big difference in how the beach operates.
And that sort of leads to the last question about, next to the last question. So a lot of the staff may be college students, and some of them are going to be starting early, potentially because of COVID-19 on their campuses. Is that going to be a huge impact? Do you know what the
That
impact?
happens every year. So that's normal.
So even if they leave earlier, you're covered.
As best as I know, yes.
Okay. And so this is the last question. Parking at Paradise and the Chasm, how is that going?
There's a sign placed at Paradise Park. My understanding has it's been fine. I haven't received any negative reports. I think Mrs. Santos would have called me in a second to tell me if it was out of control. The Chasm is an issue, but it's been an issue this year and past years. So
Okay, no change.
nope.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Vice President.
So just some quick number calculations showing the 2,855 residents, and I just took $70. It's about $200,000, give or take, based upon whether a senior, how many seniors passes we've sold, or motorcycle passes. I didn't take that into consideration. Non-residents at 4,170 at $140, it's 583,800. So you take that plus the 200,000, you come up with roughly $784,000 in season passes, plus 146,400 for the campground at 6,100 at 24 units rented. So the 146,400 plus that's about roughly 930, and that doesn't count the moorings or anything else. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around, and maybe it's too early. Maybe we can get an update shortly, expense-wise, where we're at in expenses.
Yep. So the finance director, I spoke to him earlier. They're in the process of posting the final numbers for the month of June, and as soon as they're available, we'll have the.
Yeah, because it looks like about $1 million roughly, or just shy of that in revenue. Just wondering what the expenses are. How many employees do we have?
There's 75 full-time, it works out to 75 FTEs.
Are you serious?
Yes,
So we had 75 last year,
yes,
and we were at full capacity. So we have 75 this year,
yes.
and we're not at full capacity. That's not a good recipe.
They're not all full-time though, Sean, are they?
It works out to about 75 right now, and that will decrease as Mrs. Flynn pointed out, as people start leaving for school. You're at a peak right now, and that will decrease over time, over the upcoming weeks.
Mr. Brown, we had conversations, I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I thought we had a conversation that if somebody had a non-resident sticker and they were towing a boat, and they could go in and they could utilize the boat ramp at Third Beach?
Correct.
Okay.
But they can't park there.
But they can't park there. So once they go in and launch their boat, where do they park now? Anywhere they can find.
They need to find a parking place. I guess they go home or something, but.
Do you have any intel on how many of those people we've had that went to the beach and there was a non-resident that had a boat? Let's say people that have been doing this for, I got an email, I'm sure most of us probably did, the guy's doing it for 30 years.
Yeah.
And he goes into the park and he can't park. He can launch his boat, but he can't stay there. And I just was wondering if there's any flexibility if somebody did purchase a non-resident sticker, if we did have the area in there to allow them to park. I don't know how congested it's been in there, but I think to utilize the boat ramp is a little difficult. You launch a boat. Now, what do you do with your car?
I'm just following.
I don't, understood. I'm not, this isn't a critique of what's going on.
Understand.
I'm just trying to say, is there a way that we could make that a little easier for somebody? I mean, I can understand the cars. We want to give it to our residents first now, but is there a way that maybe we can let, if somebody has a non-resident and they're towing a boat, that they couldn't launch it, maybe leave their vehicle in there? I mean, that's just, you know, I'm just throwing that out there,
If we want to expand it, that's fine.
you know? I mean, that would be my thought, unless somebody has an objection to that. I just think it's the prudent, the right, and the fair thing to do. I mean, especially people that have gone fishing there for 30, 40 years. You know, they're going down there to launch their boat, and the guy says, where am I going to go now? I put my boat in the water, where am I going to go?
Come up with a number of spaces that we want to allow.
Maybe we can allow so many non-residents, and I'll defer that to you, Mr. Brown. You got a good way of figuring that all out. You know, to say, hey, listen, if X amount of them show up during the course of the day towing a boat, let them in, non-resident sticker, if the availability for parking is in there. I just think it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it's left, the gate's not locked, they can go in there after anyway.
Yeah. But I mean, during the day, they want to go in and they want to launch their boat and go out on the boat for the day.
Well, not only that, but if you, and I agree with you, because we all get that email, and, but the other issue is that, you know, if we're gonna allow transient moorings, now I understand that you can pull up. You can pull up from, your boat could be parked, your trailer and your truck or whatever you're towing it with could be parked somewhere else. Maybe you launch it at a different boat ramp, I don't know. But we're gonna allow transient moorings. Part of that is being able to have parking for those folks too. I mean, so, I don't know. Just
I mean,
a thought.
have we been, and I know you probably don't have this answer off the top of your head. Has there been times down there where we shut Third Beach down because it was at its maximum capacity? The
This
boat
year?
ramp area,
This year.
the boat ramp area.
This past weekend is the first time that we've reached capacity.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it. I just think, you know, maybe a few spots for non-residents, guys towing boats, if, you know, and then a little common sense of who's working the gate, you know, if there's room in there, there's room in there.
How many, I have a question, Sean, how many did we leave, trailer spaces? Was it 6 or 10?
Nine.
9. Okay. I mean, I couldn't imagine we have 9 residents down there at the same time. If we do, great, then they should take precedent. If we don't, you know, common sense has to prevail and decisions need to be made on their feet, you know, which I'm sure they do a good job of, so, but that's up to you.
So do you have a number in mind? Do you want 3
I
non-residents?
really don't. I think it's more common sense driven. You know, if the people that are working down there, if it's filled, if there's 9 spaces filled in there, hey, we can't let you in. However, somebody shows up, non-resident, you know, that's been
So
going
why
there
don't
for
we just
30
follow the
years.
same rule and do 5 residents, reserve 5 for residents and then the other 4 general admission? So
I mean, I'd rather cater to the residents, I'll be honest with you. But how about like a 6 and 3 deal?
That's fine.
Huh?
Yep.
I just think it's fair.
Have we considered parking, maybe the main parking lot? Because we've got a lot of space over there. I don't know if you want to consider, hey, you could drop your boat and you can drop in the main lot, you know, park in the main lot if you have to, if you got an overflow situation. I don't know. I'm just throwing that
Yeah,
as an
well, that's the
idea.
thing. I mean, they could,
That's a good idea.
no, they could. But right now, one of the scenarios is if the non-resident, and we have a lot of non-residents filling the non-resident sections before the resident sections are filled, as you know. If there's no parking, and the guy wants to launch his boat and he has that sticker, now what does he do with his car? What do he do with his truck?
Right.
He can't go over the non-resident and park it, even if he wanted to make the hike, walk over there and back. I just think maybe, you know, let's see how 3 work out. We can always change it, you know? I just think in all fairness, you know, a lot of people have been fishing down there for a lot of years. All right.
Mr. President, I'd just like to thank Mr. Brown for the way that he presented this. It
Yeah,
showed the
great job.
before and the current, and I think gave us a really clear picture of what's going on and that everyone else has now too. Thank you.
Yep, my pleasure.
Okay, Town Administrator, item number 29.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
No, Council Toronto, go right ahead.
Thank you. I went down the beach this week and I did talk to some folks and they had mentioned just a couple things in regards to, question is who is the beach manager? Because I think the last time they saw someone was hired for the beach manager, then they're no longer there. Who's taking charge? They just were asking. And fortunately, I said Mike McGordy, which I just found out tonight. He was kind of running the show down there at this time, managing it. But the next question was, well, who's managing lifeguards? And I think that's Mike McGordy again. Is Mike head of lifeguards as well?
No, there's 2 lifeguard captains.
Okay. All right, and they're running
They run the lifeguard shift.
okay. That's all I had.
Good, thank you.
Mr. President.
Council Santos.
Mr. Brown, a good presentation. I have some observations I'd like to make. This past weekend, there were only 2 out-of-state cars that were parked in the Paradise parking lot, and they did not go down to the beach. They were walking the parking lot. That's number 1. The other thing I've noticed that the beach closes at 4 o'clock, and it will be locked at 9 o'clock. I've been down there, and people are coming in droves after 4 o'clock and go down to the beach. And if you'll notice the plates, they're all out-of-town plates. They use the 4 o'clock closing to go to the beach. Now, what happens if when the parking lot is closed at 9 o'clock and those cars are still in there?
They would need to call the police department.
They would, what, please?
Call the police department,
Who would call?
the person who's locked in the lot.
Okay, great. Now, the other thing I asked you, and I talked to you about this, is the attitude that some of the out-of-towners take with our young people down at the beach. They really go after them. Is anything being done about that?
So internally, the staff has been told by me that there shall always be an adult at the front gate.
Thank you.
The most effective person being there is a police officer, but otherwise it's one of the beach managers. It's an employee from Public Works, but there shall be an employee at the front gate at all times.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
That's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just one more thing, Bob. Sean, the biggest complaint I'm hearing about this is the trash. I know you addressed it earlier, hopefully it gets better, but that's the biggest complaint is the trash.
I agree. And
Yep.
it is a priority this week and going
Okay,
forward.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 29, Executive Order 2020-11, extension of the state of emergency in the Middletown, including July 31, 2020.
Motion to approve the Executive Order 2020-11, extension of state emergency in Middletown through and including July 31st, 2020.
Second?
We have a second. Any conversation?
Yes,
Vice President.
I've changed my mind. I said I wouldn't support it again. I'm going to support it again.
Council Toronto.
Did you say that the governor extended it again?
To August 2nd.
August.
Yep.
It has been, people have asked me about when are we going to get back to the norm? And I said, we're pretty much following the governor's lead on a lot of this,
August 2nd, came out today.
right? So I know we're putting this in place because we want to make sure, I think it was said in the last meeting, that we want to make sure that we're in line. So if there is some type of reimbursement, that we don't, shut down the executive order too soon. Otherwise, it might not look favorable in reimbursing us. I'm not sure how confident we are getting reimbursed anything, to be honest with you, from the Fed and the state. So it's just something, it might be a message going back to the state to say, hey, listen, we're considering, we wouldn't need to open up as much as possible. I mean, the beaches, this is flexibility. the state beaches were open to 70% of the parking. And, you know, we have 1,200 parking spots, so we're probably at like 50% roughly what our parking can be. But as Sean had mentioned, our biggest concern is how many people can you get on the beach?
Exactly.
So it's kind of going away from parking spots. I know we do that to manage it, kind of get an idea of how many people are out there. But, you know, you walk the beach and you see, oh, there's plenty of space. And he, as he said, he gave the manager the ability to do that. So I just think we have to have that flexibility. But I'd like us to get back to the norm as quick as possible.
Councilor Toronto, the governor's executive order, whether we extend our town administrator or not, is still in effect. I mean, by not extending him, it doesn't eliminate her executive order. It stays into effect, so we have to adhere to it one way or another. Any other conversation?
No, I just want to say, Bob, Sean, I think you've done a good job managing the beach parking with, as this thing rolls along with the tides. I think that's important because every beach is unique, right? So I think that's a good call based upon the weather and the tide, and, you know, it'll help out down there, not only with traffic, but with safety and everything else, trying to follow these guidelines best we can.
I know it'd be great if we had several hundred yards to the beach, to the shoreline, but we don't. You know, we have, it's dwindling down. Every year it's dwindling down. So,
Okay.
but I concur, Sean, good job. It's a tough job. It's a job that's fluid and keeps moving, and you have to keep making the adjustments. So, all right, we have a motion that's been seconded.
There's no handbook that tells you.
Yeah, there's no handbook. There's no playbook for this. Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Item number 30, memorandum of the town administrator with enclosures, beach concession, pavilion, food concession.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Have a motion and second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. President, the town solicitor communicated with Jay Vending, our discussion that we had at the last meeting, and they actually watched the meeting online, so they were familiar with what was discussed. They reviewed the counter proposal from the council to pay $44,000 for the season, and Peter can correct me if I miscategorize this, but they're not in a position to accept the town's counter proposal based on the environment that currently exists. What they have offered to do is they are agreeable to canceling the contract that's currently in place. So it would be for the current year and next year. And basically, you know, the town and Jay Vending go our different ways at this point in time.
So we're going to let them out of next year's contract too?
Yeah.
Correct.
Mr. President, so I did speak with them. They said just based on all the uncertainties, given the pandemic, the only thing that would work for them was a shared revenue, which is actually, in the other locations they operate, is actually their usual business model. And then they said, you know, they would prefer if not to operate other than on a shared revenue stream. And so they were agreeable to canceling this year. And they said if it helped the town to either get somebody else in there or do something different, they would be amenable to canceling next year. Next year is the last year of the contract. So it would allow the town to not only do something this year, but also to put that contract out to bid again a year early. So that is the proposal.
Is there an active guide clause in their contract?
There's not specifically a force majeure clause. Probably going to be a lot of litigation in the next few years over whether these contracts are cancelable as a result of, you know, all these unforeseen circumstances.
Because I know that's not uncommon, but I just wanted to know if there was one in it.
There's not one specific, there's not one specifically in this agreement. Yeah.
I mean, really, they're on the hook for next year.
Well, they offered, if it helped the town, to cancel next year.
Well, it doesn't help the town to lose $88,000 next year. That's simple math. That's my position on this, you know? I mean, I can appreciate the bind they're in, but that's why I asked, was there an act of God clause in their contract? Because if there's not, I mean, you deal with this a lot. Can we hold them to the contract?
Yeah, and I don't want to get into potential litigation issues here in
No,
in
we're
open
not,
session.
we're not.
But what has been proposed was a cancellation of this year, and they suggested if it helped the town, they would also be willing to cancel next year. If the town prefers to go back and say, we'll cancel this year, but we're going to hold you to next year, that's also an option.
Well,
go back and discuss
that
it,
would
but
be
it's
my
really,
position, but again, I'm just one counselor, but it would be my position. I mean, it's awful nice of them to want to walk away, you know, but they have a contract with us, you know? So,
and I think they recognize that this is a large company that operates in a lot of, you know, amusement parks, Six Flags, major league stadiums, college stadiums, et cetera. So, you know, it's a professional outfit, and they do understand that they have a contract for next year. So that would really be at the
well, we kind
council's
of let them
discretion.
off this year. It was very nice of us, and I think that we did what we did this year with them. And I would hope they would appreciate that, what we did this year.
Yes, I believe they did.
But however, I'm not in favor of letting them off next year. I think you should go back and negotiate with them. But that's just my opinion on this. And I'll open it up to further discussion, or I'm just going to make a motion to do that. Vice President.
I would, I would like to go in a different direction. I think it's a good opportunity for us at this point to maybe do other things with that particular space and maybe take a look at, you know, food trucks for that venue for the year. I think it could be, maybe there could be multiple vendors down there, food trucks. And I think
$75 a truck.
that's not what we can charge for those. Is that accurate?
What do we charge, 100 on a special?
So this would go out to bid.
You would, if you could do an RFP.
It would go out to bid.
Depending upon what you're doing, if you're going to put the concession stand itself in the main building back out to bid, or do an RFP for bids for food trucks to come down there for the season, however many you want.
I can see that, but at the same token, to have
so-
food trucks down there, like we've had down there, special events, we're gonna be giving up a lot of our parking lot to do that. Because they're gonna be parked there, and there's gonna be a safe area around the food trucks. So we're gonna be giving up some parking spaces down there.
We have open parking spaces at Second Beach, right? There's some of the lots not being used.
Today,
Well, we're talking about next
we're
year.
talking next year. If the parking lot is used at its max next year, and we put food trucks in there like we have in the past, at special events, we take up a considerable amount of parking spaces.
Well, it could be this year too.
Council Lombardi.
So if you look at, it's going to go out to bid, it would go out to bid and you could have, say, 3 food trucks, but by the same token, what they may be paying on a contract that they come up with the town may offset what you're going to lose in revenue from parking spaces. I mean, this is not going to be $75 a food truck.
No.
They're going to bid it out, just like any concessionaire would bid it out. So if you give up, you know, along where we have the meeting, along that fence line, you give up space for 3 food trucks, and they're going to bid it out. It could be a revenue generator for us.
It could be food trucks and food carts.
It could be all of that, and it could be a revenue generator for us where you're losing a few spaces. I get it, but you may make it up in the end.
With nice Sharice sandwiches.
You lose them on a few.
I'm ready. Oh, it's ours.
You lose them on a few spaces.
Question?
Council Flynn.
So this isn't my industry, so I think that we have a bird in the hand. We have someone for next season. But I would be interested, just because I don't know all the options, to find out what all our options are. I don't know if that's something that Mr. Brown can do, or our beach manager, or, if we could get a little more information, maybe about what different ways it could look, or is it just food trucks? Is that the only other option? I just don't know.
If I might make a suggestion.
Go ahead.
I think it would be important to deal with this year's contract and put the town in a position, if it chose to do so, to put somebody else down there for the balance of the season. If the council wants time to consider other options for next year, and I don't know, I can talk to them, but they may be amenable to saying, okay, we're not going to cancel next year right now, but we're going to continue a discussion about that going forward. Because once again, the way it was presented was, if it helps the town get somebody else in, knowing that it may be difficult to get someone in for one season, if it helps the town, we're willing to terminate the contract for next year. But it wasn't a take it or leave it sort of thing. So we certainly go back, deal with terminating this year's contract, putting the town in a position to put somebody else in there for the balance of the season, and then continue the discussion with regard to next year, if the council would prefer to do that.
Okay, any further conversation? Okay, we have a motion.
We do. A motion to direct the town solicitor to prepare the necessary documentation to cancel the agreement with Savin and authorize the town administrator to execute them.
Just clarify if that's, Mr. Vice President, for this year or for the remaining 2 years.
Well, that's the pleasure of the council, Mr. Solicitor. If it was me, it would be both years, but I'm only one vote.
Councilor Flynn.
Well, that was my comment. He said the remainder of to cancel the contract. So my question was going to be for just this year or for the whole thing?
My position would be just cancel the contract for this year. And then you can negotiate what they want to do next year. Right now, as far as I'm concerned, and we have a valid contract for next year.
Yes, and they haven't suggested that we don't. So.
And your thoughts are what? You want to cancel 2 years?
Yeah, I would cancel it all because, I mean, we can just expedite, some of our plans that we had down there anyway, if that's the pleasure of the council. If not, then cancel 1 year and go from there. Probably the safest thing to do.
Mr. President,
Councilor Santos.
I would say cancel this year, and it's early enough, we can go out for bids for next year. I don't think they're really enthusiastic about going down there for next year.
You'd have to cancel both years then.
Cancel both years and re-advertise for next year. And maybe get a better price.
All I know is right now, I had $88,000 in this hand for next year.
Right.
And I'm hard pressed just to say cancel it, and wishing and hoping I can backfill that $88,000.
Maybe we can get more than 88.
Maybe we don't get 88.
And maybe we don't.
Okay,
Well,
so
only one vote. Well,
do you have a motion, Councilor Santos? You want to
no,
make?
I don't.
Okay, we have a motion. It's already on the table to authorize the town administrator to execute them. And it's been seconded, correct?
I just want to
That
point
motion
of,
cancels both years, as I understand it.
that
Mr.
motion
President.
is to cancel the contract, it doesn't
Both years.
specify.
For both
This
years.
year or both?
It
Both.
says the contract,
Both
which
years.
means both.
Okay? It's been seconded. All in favor of canceling the contract for both years, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, 3 opposed. 3 no's.
Madam Clerk?
We have 3 no.
3 no's, so it
4
passes.
yes.
The motion?
Yep, motion passed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
A motion second to adjourn. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much.